Let me just full screen here. Okay, you can see the front page poster for the final jury, right? We have 6 jury members joining us, actually 7 jury members joining us, and 5 different teams presenting. So I'm going to proceed with the introduction of our first juror, Monia Del Pinto, who is a doctoral researcher in urban planning and disaster risk reduction in the School of Architecture, Building and Civil Engineering at Loughborough University in the UK. Her work is at the intersection of urban and disaster studies with a focus on urban public open spaces and earthquake vulnerability in historic urban areas. And she's active in the field of disaster risk management for cultural heritage sites. She was trained in the 2019 UNESCO chaired program for heritage protection and disaster risk management at Abruzzo University in Kyoto, Japan. She was an invited expert in the post-earthquake reconstruction in historical contexts during the 2019 ECROM international training. And she contributes to disaster risk communication through multidisciplinary projects, teaching academic and non-academic publications. And I will add that Monia gave a wonderful presentation during the workshop and also participated in the discussions throughout the week. So we're happy to have Monia with us. The next person I'm going to introduce is Giusy Ciotoli, architect, PhD at University of Rome Sapienza. And she's the author of numerous essays and articles published in national and international journals. For example, in 2017, she published with Officina Edizioni a monograph called From the Skyscraper to the Vertical Fabric. She published with Marco Falsetti the monograph on Kenzo Tang. She was invited critic at the Hong Kong Vertical Fabric Pavilion with the Venice Architectural Biennale Free Space, the previous Biennale of Architecture. In the following year, she won mention of merit in the Minerva Prize for Scientific Research promoted by the Foundation Roma Sapienza. So we're happy to have Giusy Ciotoli back with us. Per Elias Cornell, we have introduced at least 3 or 4 times during the week because he's been very generous with his time. He's an archaeologist based in Sweden, where he has ample experience teaching at all university levels, both bachelor's and master's levels. And he's overseen a large number of master's theses. He's brought 15 doctoral candidates to successful defense as their main supervisor or in many other roles. He has worked in research and teaching in Argentina, Bolivia, Mexico, Nicaragua, other countries in Latin America, where his archaeological fieldwork is focused, but also in South Asia and Europe. He's worked, in addition to Latin America, in Sweden, in Italy, in Sicily, and Catalonia. So we welcome Per Elias Cornell back to join us for these final discussions. Then we have Marco Maretto, who is joining us for the final reviews. He has a PhD in architectural design and at the University of Genoa. And he's a professor of architecture and urban design at the University of Parma. A council member of ISUF, an international seminar on urban form. He focuses his research on the interpretation of the urban form as a basis for urban design, urban morphology, sustainability, and urban design. These are some of his keywords of his research. He is the editor of the architectural reviews L'Industria della Costruzione, ION, scientific referee for the Journal of Urbanism and Urban Morphology. He has published books such as Ecocities, Il progetto urbano tra morfologia e sostenibilità, a book on Saverio Muratori, a legacy in urban design, and Il paesaggio delle differenze, the landscape of difference, in 2008. He was also invited by the Tsinghua University of Beijing and Sapienza University of Rome as a consultant for the Spring Field Studio in Beijing. And he lives and works as an architect in Rome, so we're happy to have Marco Moretti joining us. And Zeynep Celanli received her BA from Bilkent University, Department of Interior Architecture and Environmental Design, her MA and PhD in Architectural History from the Middle East Technical University. She's a member of Osijek University since 2016 faculty. She's teaching interior design studio, professional practice, and ethics, and modern architectural history courses. Her fields of interests are modernism and modernization in architecture, architectural historiography, museum design and historical sites, and interior design education, all of which are very applicable to what we have been working on. We're also welcoming back Karl Kropf, who's participated in the midterm reviews and given a wonderful talk during the week. He's a senior lecturer in urban design and historic conservation at Oxford Brookes University, director of Built Form Resource and Urban Design Landscape and Heritage Consultancy. He's combined academic research in urban morphology and practice in urban design for many years, with the aim of informing one with the other. In practice, he has worked in the UK, the USA, and France, including a time in the urban design team at Skidmore, Owens & Merrill in San Francisco, and as conservation and design officer at Stratford-on-Avon District Council. He is associate editor of the Journal of Urban Morphology. His handbook of urban morphology was published in autumn 2017 by John Wiley. And finally, Elham Hassani is an architect, researcher, and PhD candidate in architecture and construction at the Sapienza University of Rome. Currently, she holds a visiting research fellow position at LTH Department of Architecture and Environment at Lund University in Sweden, and she was granted the first rank for this position. She was also nominated for the Erasmus Plus program at UPV, Polytechnic University of Valencia. Her doctoral dissertation is focused on investigating the role of schools as civic centers by considering urban morphology as an approach. Since 2018, she has been collaborating as a teaching assistant in design studios 1 and 2 for the international master courses at Sapienza University in Rome. Before that, she was also a university lecturer in her country of origin. And so, with that, I have introduced our illustrious critics, and we will be looking forward to their comments. We will have 20 minutes maximum for each presentation. So the 5 teams will be kept to that, and we will remind them when their time is coming to an end. And then we have about 23, 25 minutes to discuss each project. So no more than 45 minutes per team, which will allow us to finish up at the scheduled time of 1 p.m. So I'll pass the floor back to Alessandro, and we'll see if we are ready to begin the session.
We discuss the order of the presentations to follow some kind of logic. So we start from the survey, and the digital survey team would be the first. And then we go to the scale of the landscape, the Massimo Angrilli Pescara team. So we can begin with Giorgio Viviani and the digital survey team. In the meanwhile, we're live streaming on YouTube, and that has been redirected to Facebook on the Distretto Culturale Terre della Baronia di Carapelle, on the Isar Summer School Facebook page, and on Dynamic Research on Urban Morphology Facebook page. So we got plenty of, visualization on those videos as well. So we can go, Giorgio Viviani.
Sure, here I am. Thank you, Alex. And then it's a pleasure to introduce the survey team who worked in place using digital technologies for survey. And the group was organized in a team that worked time by time on the laser scan, 3D laser scanner unit, and on the terrestrial photogrammetry activity, and following the aerial photogrammetry work by a drone. This was the same structure of the past year. In this year, we had some little more issues linked to the weather and linked to some weird electromagnetic influence in a certain area of the town. A quite curious event that fortunately happens very, very rarely. But we manage that somehow, and maybe the student will present the solution too. But overall, the work was organized in such a way to allow all the people to have an hands-on experience on the various tools and getting aware about a strategy about documenting in a short time a small town, urban context, earthquaked or abandoned environment, and Castelvecchio Calvisio from this point of view was exactly perfect from for all these tasks. And last but not least, my colleague Marco Tanganelli collaborated with the team, giving to the participant indication and all the needed information to organize a test with the recording the information about vulnerability of the single building and creating the catalog of the level of danger for the structure and making them more aware about ideas about how to operate and propose later solutions for making this building more safe, more well suited to resist to disastrous events like an earthquake. And obviously it was also a contest correct to analyze and comment the kind of intervention and what's happened to the building during the past earthquake, and understanding better what was working well, what was working not that nice, and even to read and interpret some fake myths about safety and the way some inhabitants are getting information about them. So in general, it was an extremely interesting session, and even having it completely in presence, at least during the days passed in Castelvecchio Calvisio, was an occasion to start back operating completely face-to-face with the student. Very nice event indeed. And then I leave the floor to the team that is going to present the work by the presentation, the graphic work, and the final results from this session. So I think they will be ready.
Can I share my screen?
Yes, sure, you can. Welcome, Ginevra.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Can you see the screen?
Perfectly.
Yes.
Okay. Can you hear me? I will start. I'm Giacomo from the survey team.
Yes, we hear you.
Yes, Giacomo, we can hear you.
Okay, good. So we would like to start our presentation by quickly identifying the object of our survey, which was the little village of Castelvecchio Calvisio, which is one of the main villages of the Abruzzo Gran Sasso Mountains, which is at 1,060 meters high, facing the Tirigno Valley in the north and the national park. So it is a village which has Roman Empire origins, and the characteristic that distinguishes it from the others is that the city walls, along with the old entrances, still are boundaries that divide the old village with the new parts of the village that were added during time. So it has a characteristic elliptical shape, and it is characterized by narrow streets which are covered with arches and vaults, and characteristics houses on multiple levels which are reachable thanks to step stairs supported by shelves called barbacani. And these are another original characteristics of this village. So we can quickly move to briefly defining what a survey is. So a survey is a process that allows us to understand buildings' characteristics and their graphical and visual documentation through an analysis, selection, and synthesis and representation of its architectural characteristics. So traditionally, it was organized in 3 phases, which were a first phase of research of documents, second phase of the surveying design strategies, and third phase, the measuring and the restitution with models for the interpretation and representation of architectural heritage. So nowadays, thanks to advanced digital tools, we can say that 3D laser scanner units and digital photogrammetry, they partially inverted the process, anticipating the measurement phase. So during our work, we mainly used 3 kinds of survey technologies, which are 360 degrees virtual reality, photogrammetry by digital machine and by drone flights, and laser scanning. The data that were collected through these hardwares has been then elaborated through various softwares. So I would like to start by introducing laser scanner technology. So laser scanning is a land surveying method that can allow us to measure and collect data from objects, surfaces, buildings, and landscapes. And the output basically is a point cloud, which consists of millions of 3D coordinates in XYZ system. So it allows us to collect data very quickly and very safely. And so during the days of the summer school on field, we all had the opportunity to utilize this kind of technology. And the area that we mainly covered this year, because last year we can say that all the part of the village was covered, is the northern part of the village. We started from there. So basically we followed all the path that is the main road outside the old city walls. And we continued by going down the hill internally to stables, which are in the south part of the hill. So basically, all this data that was collected during the days was then elaborated through Autodesk Recap, which is a software that processes the 3D data captured by laser scanners. And it is a tool to prepare the point cloud for further uses, allowing the alignment of these scans, cleaning the extra points that we don't need, and then isolation of points into regions to obtain measurement and extracting sections. But it can also be used, as you will see later on in the presentation, to produce multimedia material like videos to tour around the survey model. So this year we added more than 200 new scans to the one of the 2020 point cloud. Basically, we used 2 overlapping scans of one of the last year and one of this year that were utilized to align 2020 and 2021 data. So here we can see some screenshots from the alignment inside the program. And on the next slide, we can see some pictures of the point cloud of the old part of the city, complemented by the new parts that were scanned this year. And the main drawings that we extracted from this work, as we can see, are 2 sections. One that starts from the first road inside the city center, starting from the city entrance, which sections all the north part of the hill on the northern part of the city, another front which follows the road that circulates around the city walls, and a section on the east part and the front of the east part of the city. So these were parts that last year was not possible to analyze because we didn't have data. So on the next slide, we can see the first front and the first section. And it is interesting because it allows us to know the morphology of the terrain and gets us to understand the relationship that there is between the old part of the village and the new part of the village, starting from the road that circulates around it. And same we can see in the next slide, which is representing front B and section B, and it allows once again us to understand the relationship between the older part of the city and the newer part of the city. So, like I was saying before, other possibilities that ReCap offers to us that we can see on the next slide is to implement the geometric and morphologic information that we get of a territory with other informations like photos, documents, links, any kind of media, which can be linked directly to the point cloud as a node collocated in a hotspot in the area that needs further information in order to enrich the 3D model. So we basically did that those days by taking a structural analysis, which is the vulnerability analysis method of Formisano, which now I leave the floor to my colleague Filippo to explain to you. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Filippo. I just introduced by my group mate. This year, our team worked on the theme of the vulnerability analysis, using a sample to define the main characteristics of whole village, and that is the sample selected by red color. We were guided by the vulnerability sheet in its latest version called Formisano. The next slide. And each observation corresponded to the comparison with the instrument. The data collected were determined by the visual approach and by comparison with the team. After collecting all data, the next step was to elaborate them following the same method. Scores applied made us able to estimate the building's vulnerability in percentage value. The result was homogeneous vulnerability values in almost all cases, with the exception of the most external volume, called in the analysis G, in which there was a slight reduction due to some consolidation intervention. And in the next slides, we are video that shows a part of the area that has been scanned this year. That is the street around the city wall. And this area in video can we see in the video was mostly used as stables. Okay, the next slide. The next slide, you can see another video that show a virtual tour of all the scans collected between 2020 and 2021. Sorry.
For the digital survey, we used a 360 VR camera with the help of Ilenia, our tutor. This camera, the Insta360 Pro 2, allows to take omnilateral panoramic photos using 6 fisheye lenses that takes 6 photos. And it's possible to shoot them remotely with an app for smartphone. So also we don't get captured inside the scene. And those photos can be used for example, for creating virtual tours visitable by anyone. This is the area that was covered by the 360 photo shots, which is the main ancient village inside the walls. One of the softwares that can be used for creating virtual tours is Pano2VR. It allows actually to implement it with a lot of tools and features such as highlights and a lot of others informations. And an alternative is the RoundMe, which is a platform online, and it allows to create in simple steps virtual tours that can be shared with anyone. And after a very easy registration that is free, you can create a tour, of course, with some limitations because of the free account, but it makes very good tours visitable by anyone. The Isar summer school also for the digital survey already used RoundMe in Rome 2021. And this year also the one of Castelvecchio is completed, and this is the link for anyone that wants to go and explore it. Is very welcome. Those are just photos of the work in the field.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Let's talk about what photogrammetry is. Photogrammetry is the science of making reliable measurements by the use of photographs. There are 2 general types of photogrammetry. One is the aerial photogrammetry with the camera in the air, the drone. And the other one is the terrestrial photogrammetry with the use of a camera handheld or on a tripod. Photogrammetry uses methods from many subjects, including optics and projective geometry. And digital image capturing and photogrammetric processing includes several well-defined stages, which allow us the generation of 2D or 3D digital models of the objects as an end product. Photogrammetry is not used only for architecture, but also for topographic mapping, manufacturing, quality control, cultural heritage, and geology. To take the photos for our photogrammetry, we used this camera, a Nikon D800E. And to process the photogrammetry, we used 2 different software. One is Reality Capture, and the other one is Agisoft Metashape. In this slide, we can see the terrestrial photogrammetry spots. In particular, we can see some screens of the phases of the photogrammetry realization process, And as I said before, there are two types of photogrammetry. And here we are referring to the terrestrial one, made with the use of metashape. And here we can see some of the final results of our photogrammetry. That is in particular of a door, the church, made with the use of reality capture, a tower in the center of the Castelvecchio, in the center of Castelvecchio, another tower, and a building that is located in the front of the entrance of the Castelvecchio city. Here we can see some steps in the realization of photogrammetry, but made with another software that is reality capture. Now, after talking about the terrestrial photogrammetry, I'll talk about the aerial one. And to talk about this, we need to talk about the drone, which allowed us to take the aerial photographs. In particular, the drone flights were managed in some cases manually, and in other cases they were planned. In addition to that, an important thing to underline about aerial photogrammetry concerns the shots. In fact, in the past year, all the aerial photogrammetry campaign were mainly in zenithal grids, while this year a set of specific round paths were preferred to allow a better integration of the fronts and a minor detail from the roofs, as we can see in this slide. And that's all.
Great presentation, great work, Jojo. Somebody is sharing the screen with me, speaking. So now we can leave the floor to the jury comments. I think we are in time, Tom, right?
Yeah, that was perfect timing. Good job, guys.
So all jury members are welcome to comment or discuss on this fundamental survey that we have for the future of Castelvecchio Convizio and for all the designs we did in the other keys. Per.
Yeah, I hope you can hear me. That was very interesting. As we have stressed several times, it's very important to create this documentation. I will not repeat what I said at the first jury. One of the things that I find important is to add metadata to the files so that we know what has been done which year and under what conditions. I guess this is something that is just normal procedure, but I think when I've looked at added and accumulated digital data from several years, it's very important to have that information. It is relevant to know which year a certain digital production has been done and so on. I like that not only buildings appear on these images, we see other things, other parts of the built environment as such, like streets, etc., but also vegetation and so on. I find that an added value, which enhances the quality and make it easier to understand what this is, what kind of place this is. I think I will stop there this time. Thanks.
Thank you, Per.
Okay. Yes. Anyone else?
Well, yeah, just I'll add to say, as Per said, that's some really good work. The one thought that comes to mind is also, is there, I mean, it's really a question, how you see the different types of recording working together in any way, as a, you know, and how you see those informing the, you know, either the renovation, restoration, and other efforts. So it was really a question to the team.
Yes, yes. If anyone want to answer, I can answer easily. The fact is that there are different kind of survey, and they are operated because there are different kind of needs. For example, one need is to have a full coverage of roofs that are out of range for a terrestrial laser scan operation. But at the same time, there is the need for a detailed survey of the narrow streets and the very ground level of all the buildings. This year we operated even some interiors like the Casa del Capitano. So to do these two things in such a short time, you need to operate both drone photogrammetry and terrestrial laser scanning. In this way, you can manage even later to merge together the two data sets and create final and complete model of all the area. Obviously, this is a little bit out of the time given and possible in the short time of a workshop or a summer school, but it is an option, and the bases are suitable for this task. In this way, the participant, the student, have to manage and to create the contents from both keeping the two operations in parallel. And so they taking out the best from both the kind of survey, but obviously the ground 3D laser scanner show a model that is missing most of the roofs, and the drone photogrammetry needs various data from the narrow streets and the details beneath the staircase and beneath all the elements hanging out or covering areas like the walls, cover the passages, and so on. From the other side, the work with the VR camera show that it's possible to have in a very short time this kind of, we may say, Google Street View solution that at a higher resolution make it possible to take a look around and have a more immersive, less technically made version of the virtual visit to the place, and getting better idea even for the people that have to work on the data from the laser scan or drone survey about what they are going to see and what they can extract from the digital bases in the digital data set. And it's faster because in the end, you can take a look at it online, straight on online, instead of that downloading about right now we have just for the 3D laser scanner survey is about 2,050 gigabytes of data, which is is not that much in the end, but is quite enough. And lucky us, there is no need to load them in memory. There is a progressive loading where, according to the area you are taking a look, and so you can manage it with about almost any kind of good computer. And the data set from the photogrammetry, the last model, but it needed to some editing, is about 2 200 million triangles. So the model we are seeing in the previous slides is quite a very huge and heavyweight model that needs post-processing to become something that can be managed easily. But in general, it's done and is a full data set that is done in a few days and it can be shared. But the logic is to have the best features from each kind of survey and make people understand that it's about integrating them and then processing them to have them oriented to the task and needs of working group.
May I ask one thing? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah, well, we are all used to the great firepower of the survey team since many years now. But the question is, have you never tried to connect or to implement the physical survey with the environmental analysis using softwares like MVMet or whatever?
This is the second time this question arrives in this workshop. But as I said just a few days ago, the main problem is to create a surface model, because you don't have support for the point cloud, and you cannot load 9 gigabyte mesh this kind of software. You need a simplification of everything, and this most of the time means to move to the level of details of a beam model, something like simplifying everything to I don't want to say boxes, but at least to very simple polygonal shapes, so that the software that is analyzing the building like boxes is capable to make all its computation and don't get messy. We have similar issues with the when it's a matter about treating this data inside, processing this data inside a structural analysis software, because it needs a strong simplification of all the triangles. But there's very specific issues from the urban and terrain environment need a specific modeling. If any thesis will ever start about it, and about I am proposing it since the past year, and it's about to making a simplified model for managing the overall town center of Castelvecchio, like a BIM model based on the making remodeling of each house. It can be a good idea to test the various analysis software to make them more integrated and make them a basis for analysis. But right now, the limits of having a point cloud that is in its own way transparent and so not usable for processing in this kind of software, and the need of a quite long processing to have a model usable with a closed surface, it will take a little. But if we decided to create, it's the same again if we want to print it, because if we want to make a printable 3D printable model, we need to create a simplified surface, but is a unique overall surface, so it has some limits at the level of the single unit then. But we will work on it if someone will start working on this modeling.
If you agree, we can talk about this
yes,
after summer.
Yes, yes, you are very welcome.
Because
right.
we are working since a couple of years on environmental urban morphology, and using together three different disciplines: the survey, the urban morphology, and the environmental analysis. And what I think really could be a good opportunity to put all these things together is what you do actually. I was waiting for today because I wanted to talk with you, Giorgio, because we can talk about this because, of course, the problem is that MVMed is very heavy, but I think there are the spaces for do something very interesting. So
okay, but it's easy to work on it. We just have to. The best is to take out a portion of the custom vector for testing and then apply the processing to the wall.
Let me see.
Let's talk about it. You are very welcome.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Oh, thank you too.
Okay, anyone else?
I saw Monia Del Pinto.
Yeah, may I just following up on the latest point? Well, first of all, great job, guys. I mean, it's very, it's quite of a hard work to, and there is a lot of information there. You've been collecting a high amount of data. And my point would be not just to integrate that with the rest of technologies that enable us to understand how the buildings work, but also to keep this the diagnostic power of these information to be contextualized and kind of used to serve a broader purpose. So this is the deep investigation of the physical dimension of the Borgo. It would be amazing to see how it serves the purpose of integrating with the spaces and understanding how the social component of the future of redesigned Borgo will kind of benefit from this knowledge. So in a project that actually aims at reviving the whole city, this means having a lot of information about his functioning, his physical functioning, his vulnerability potential, because I saw your indicators, I saw that you kind of started somehow analyzing also the point. So yeah, my only observation is let's try and keep this knowledge available and possibly share it with further projects so that it doesn't get lost and it doesn't stay just functional to the purpose of survey itself, you know. But yeah, thank you very much. It was a very nice job.
Thank you a lot for your positive appreciation. And I may add that one of the tasks since I started with the digital survey 20 years ago, it is about to have formats that allow to keep the data alive, because one of the main issues that you may find around with this kind of data is that in a lot of situations you find a proprietary data set that are created with now old softwares, and is a mess to recover and reuse them. Right now we are lucky that there is the format since 2015 that is from Autodesk, and is the recap format that, even if it is proprietary, it is widely shared by all the Autodesk platform. So we may say is here for staying for a long time. So keeping the data in this format is a way to keep all the information from the original scanning well preserved, and allowing in the future to open it back at least for 10 or 20 or maybe more years, and keeping them online like it's in a drive.
That would be great, making it accessible so that it could be...
right now is accessible for the whole group here, so a larger number of copies of the dataset will allow it to better survey in time. But right now the problem is that all the services that share this kind of data online are proprietary and ask for money for having them online correctly. A repository that just keep the data somewhere, like for example the unlimited space Google Drive we are using during the seminar, as long as it works as this kind of license, it makes sense. Otherwise you can put it on a server somewhere somehow, but obviously the storage of this large amount of data is never easy. There is some talking about a national repository here and there, but we are yet far from having a solution that then makes everybody happy about it. But we will see. Now, right now, the work was done making all the data available for all the participants and all the people taking part. And it was the same for the past year workshop, and it worked well because right now we have just reused all the data from the past year, shared immediately, and keep the previous year data. So we may say it's okay. Maybe Google Drive is not the perfect solution, but it works quite fine for in this way for keeping and sharing the data with the various people taking part. In the end, with about 60, maybe more people entering the next. Right now we have, to be clear, we have 120 registered user of the Google Drive of the workshop summer school. So I think is in some way it was working fine, but obviously it's not a repository, it's not a permanent solution. People must keep an eye on their data in time, making copies, making various things. And I know this because, for example, I have my archive that is obviously every year more huge about with surveys done here and there. 20 years ago, it was about taking out and putting away about 10 gigabytes of data. Right now, we are talking about when it's a small survey, is 100 of gigabytes, and most of the time is 500 or maybe even 1 terabyte of data. So it's getting a little bit, we may say, an invasion of the library overall is done. But sharing is one of the data is one of the tasks in these summer schools.
Okay, very well. We should be moving to the next presentation, which is the, thank you very much, Giorgio Vediani and your team. You did an excellent job. Thank you for the section and the elevation. We are now, it's okay. It is appearing as it, in the drive. Strange things happen with Google policies changing sometimes. So if you're ready, Massimo Angrilli with the landscape and planning team, you can go next. We're doing almost well with the timing, so it's okay. 20 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Alessandro. Thank you, Tom, for organizing this summer school. Let me start by saying that I'm very sorry for not being able to take part in the summer school on site. But as you know, I'm confined to the house for quarantine. And I'm very sorry to have missed the opportunity to meet some of you. And the red carpet performance, of course, and the flavors of the local cuisine. So I will also introduce the team members before my short brief. Please, guys, turn on your camera and say hello to the jury. The group spent all night working. Maybe some might wear sunglasses. I prevent you. But Valentina and I are proud of what they did. So the team is made by me and Valentina Giuffreda as tutor, and Chiara Cossidente. Ciao, Chiara. Are you there? Yeah. And Milica Petriniak. Where are you, Milica?
Hello.
Hello. Adriana Menghi. Hello, Adriana. And Burak Aydin.
Hello.
Hi. So, thank you guys for the work. So as I said in the midterm review, our work moves from an assumption. In the Apennine, the abandonment of the villages does not only affect the built town, it also relates to the surrounding landscape. And this implies several disadvantages, among which the loss of the landscape quality, the increase in geological risks, the loss of agricultural productivity, and in my opinion, most of all, the disconnection between the city and the surrounding landscape. So therefore, our team worked on a vision regarding a portion of the open space between Castelvecchio Calvisio and Carapelle Calvisio in the framework of an existing project funded by the National Park, Gran Sasso National Park. And the project is called Cammini della Baronia, which is proposing to connect all the villages of the Baronia in a network of trails. And so in this framework, our aim was to establish an archaeological and landscape living lab. This is the title of our proposal. And it's a pilot project embedded in the Camino, as I said, and it is conceived as an experimental context for the enhancement of the features of the ancient rural practices to be reactivated, as well as for the remnants of the Roman villas San Martino, which is near Castelvecchio Calvisio. So this archaeological and landscape living lab has as its purpose the excavation, of course, the protection and enhancement of the archaeological heritage, and also the enhancement of the environment and of the landscape of Castelvecchio's southwest hillside, along, as I said, with the reactivation of agro-silvo-pastoral activities, possibly in a modern and innovative way. So the idea was to combine activities of open-air museum and experimental archaeology with traditional and ancient rural production and direct sales. So the Living Lab essentially is based on local and non-local participation. I'm referring to the society, and it is aiming to enhance the welfare and development of local community. To be effective, this Living Lab must involve the people and must be place-based, but the people should not, how can I say, should not be the inhabitants, okay, of the place, too few and aged people, but anyone who may be the carrier of a development vision capable of basing local development on the respect and enhancement of the peculiarities of the place, and to respond to the needs of the inhabitants. In my opinion, Tom Rankin could be a citizen of Castelvecchio because he's attached. He loves the town, he knows about the town, so he's welcome to start an activity, to start some sort of, Tom, you introduced in a video Daniel Kilgren, which from Milano came in Abruzzo and started the enterprise to revitalize Santo Stefano di Sessani. But I stopped talking. So this is essentially the effort we try to carry out. So now I give the microphone to Adriana. Adriana, I think you can start your presentation and sharing the screen. Thank you.
Hello, so I will share my screen. I have to let you know all beforehand that since yesterday I was trying to export, but it made my computer crash, so I will present the InDesign, which, if it can load. Oh, God. Okay. So,
perfect.
There we go. I hope that there will be no further technical difficulties. So I am presenting on behalf of the team this project that Massimo introduced. And to recap, this is what he was talking about the Cammini della Baronia. And the Baronia is like an area of this Gran Sasso region of Abruzzo that is a very important cultural landscape. And it was in fact based on a barony formed in 1140 when Ruggero I d'Altavilla conquered Abruzzo. And still to this day, people will say, I am from the Baronia. So it's like a network and a community that has existed for a long time and that is very ingrained in the identity of the place. And so now the Park of the Gran Sasso is funding a project for this trail that will have several activities all along it. And for us, because this green part is a little bit of an offshoot, but at the same time, it connects with the town of Carapelle, which was the one that Bologna was named after. We want to try and make it something that is more particular, more specific than just a walking trail. And so for this research, we had a methodology that consisted of 3 main steps. So the first step was a character assessment of the landscape in all of its different layers. So we looked at the history, the rural landscape, the archaeology, and then as the person who was on site, I went and walked the trail and documented my experiences. And then the second step of this methodology would be to zoom out again a little bit and see what is the strategical approach that we are taking for the entire Bologna that the region is already taking. And this is the strategy of the network where villages share resources. And so with these two elements, with the particularity of the landscape and the strategical vision of the network, we designed some suggestions that could improve, that could make this place not just a walking trail for tourists, but a veritable living lab in the sense that the professor was saying. So if we look at the morphology very quickly, we see that the white parts are the higher parts. So we see that it connects the 2 villages while walking along a sort of ridge, while it overlooks the valley down below. So because of this, there is a high possibility for some very scenic views and that can frame the understanding of the place. And we can also see that from one town here in the panorama below, at the very left, kind of far away because of the picture, we can see Castelvecchio, and on the other side, we can see Carapelle. So it's also a very visual connection of the 2 places. And what is interesting is that this trail is quite easy to walk. So it's something that could be very easily open to people of different ages, to families, to different activities. So it is not something that it would be kept as a secret between very experienced hikers. The total altimetry difference is in every configuration is less than 150 meters. And so what is interesting about this place is that it was originally inhabited by the ancient Romans and possibly also by previous Italic populations. And in fact, the ancient Roman villas were a system of the Romans inhabiting the valley where the most fertile ground was, and they were connected by an ancient road called La Claudia Nova. And then some of these old villas were turned into churches, for example, the Villa of San Cipriano. If we look at the rural and natural landscape, we find that there are some cultivations that are still used and some cultivations that were abandoned and that were reclaimed by the woods. And in our case, they were retaken by a lot of oak trees. So we have some richness there, not only in terms of cultivations themselves, in the possibility of reviving ancestral cultivations, except for example, here at the top where there were the terraces, or also we have a richness in natural, very noble wood, such as the oak. As well, these woods are rich in mushrooms and truffles. So here is a kind of a summary that we took of all the landmarks with the photos that I took while going on site. And so we identified the main landmarks, and it's interesting to see that we start from a church and we end at the church, which is here, San Francesco d'Assisi. But in the meantime, there are a lot of different landscapes and views that open up, and a lot of different sensory experience that I will quickly run through. So what was interesting were there were a lot of insects and a lot of birds. And you can really see the colors of the landscape reflected in the stone that is used to make the building. So there is a very interesting harmony. This is the church of San Cipriano, which was built in the 10th century over the ruins of an ancient Roman villa. And there are also these ancient terraced cultivations with the dry stone walls that, as you can see here, have been left abandoned. But however, there is a growing movement to repair and reteach these techniques because I was talking to a man in the town and I asked him if anybody in Castelvecchio still knew how to do it, and he said that not only did they all die, but also in some cases these very big stones that you see on places like this, they don't really know how they got them or transported them. But in the neighboring towns, there are some people that know how to redo these dry stone walls. So we can benefit from from the network that we are creating to enrich one another's knowledge that might have been lost. And so these are the ruins of the Villa San Martino, which is the one that is most accessible so far of the ancient villas. And here would be one of the archaeological interests. And what was interesting there was to see the natural products of the woods, such as the blackberries, and also hearing the sounds of all these birds that I tried to identify, but I am not entirely sure, just to be clear. And finally, there are also possibilities of archaeology in more recent buildings. So we don't necessarily have to think about archaeology as ancient, Roman, Italic, but also in these medieval churches that have been shuttered and left to the elements. And so the final thing that we thought was very cool is that you can see from many points of the trail, you can see not only Castelvecchio here, but the castle of Roccacalascia in the background. And in fact, in the landscape that you see underneath, you can see two types of cultivation. So the cultivation that is more in the valley, that is a traditional field that you can find all over Italy. And then in the back, you can see the traces of these old terraced cultivations that if we manage to help them be retaken, it can have an effect of this multi-layered in landscape, in vision, but also multi-layered in the history and in the types of cultivations of the landscape. And so now I will briefly outline our strategy. So the strategy was based, as I said, on this network of towns that share already a lot of services. So you can see that they already have, for example, the primary school is only in one town, and the people from the other town go there with their children. The secondary school is somewhere else, so that the children growing up, they have this connection to all the different places. And there are several other resources that the towns already share, but the ones that we would add with our project would be the archaeological interest of the place that would then attract more sorry, I'm on Zoom. I'm presenting. This is my landlady. Say hello. And you can't really get any more local than this. So yes, we would add this kind of archaeological interest to the region, and then we would add more touristic opportunities that are based on slower tourism and people that really want to get to know a certain place and not just to go and take some pictures, because the tourism would be based on rural experiences. So it would be really seasonal, it would be very particular, and people would be involved in also productive activities like agriculture. And finally, there is the exploitation of the woods that right now the park is becoming certified in forestry, and we have this rich resource of oak trees. And oak trees are very good for the cultivation of, or the hunting, I guess, of mushrooms and truffle. So this is the project that we ended up with. And this is a main vision that shows how the rural, the touristic, and the educational activities manage to share the land. And then I will go more quickly into some zooms. So you can see that there is some exploitation of the woods. And then there is some cultivations with the old terraces. There is here that we envisioned maybe some programs like pick your own fruit and things like that. And then there would be some, obviously the archaeological sites and some ephemeral architectural interventions on the landscape that would serve as a sort of backdrop for festivals and things like that. Seasonal festivals. So my slide is, oops, my slide is not loading because the axonometric is very heavy and I wasn't able to.
Yeah, maybe we can switch to.
I will stop sharing.
To Miro.
I will just stop sharing for a second and go over.
Oh, okay, now it's going.
So they were just kind of zooms on the landscape. So I guess while it is loading, I can talk more about it. You can see that the trail has different configurations. So there are different activities that happen. The landscape cultivation, for example, of the ancient terraces would be placed more close to the town of Castelvecchio in order to give more interest, I guess, like a closer point for people who want to do tourism and woofer tourism in the area. Let me just stop share for 1 second and I will fix this.
Yes, we have 2-3 minutes left, Adriana.
Yes, but the rest are visualizations.
Yeah, we're good, I think so.
Okay, I have skipped over it. Let's go again.
If anybody else from the team would like to add something, feel free to do it.
Yes, please.
And if you're in trouble, Adriana, I can share my screen on the Miro.
I have it now. Yeah,
okay,
it was just those 3 slides with the illustrator really heavy. So the way that, to kind of resume, I explained a lot of the activities that happen on the land, but I didn't explain how they manage to all fit in the land. And the key to this is the seasonality of these activities. So for example, the archaeological digs and the recreational activities will happen from spring throughout fall all the time. But our ephemeral structures, we were envisioning a kind of cycle where in the spring there could be workshops on wood construction with these temporary structures that would then be used as stages and infrastructure during the summer. And they can then be taken apart in the fall. And the wood can be reused to make a different workshop on, for example, smaller objects like wooden spoons, wooden boards, and things like that. And another thing that we were thinking is during the summer, while people generally have more time, we could have a workshop on maintaining and repairing these old stone terracing. And in the summer and fall, there can be a pick your own fruit program. And in the fall, this could result, even in the summer, it could result in a kind of a fair of local food. So like a locavore fair that would at the same time collaborate with the workshops that are happening or the festivals and the performances. And so as you can see in this diagram, the land is used for different things at different times of the year, but they are not just touristic and recreational activities, they are educational and they are also productive activities like agriculture and mushroom harvesting, truffle harvesting in the winter, which truffles and medicinal herbs are very precious, so it can be a very good resource, as well as the timber harvesting that can then be used again in the cycle of building, performing, disassembling, reusing, and then is eventually rebuilding. And so now I will talk a little bit about the visualizations that we did. And so these are the kind of main recreational activities that we envisioned. There's a lot of horse riding around here, trekking, a lot of mountain bike riding, but we were also thinking about foraging in the woods, because there's a lot of natural richness there, like I said, mushrooms, blackberries, etc. And at the same time, this trail would run right by the archaeological parks and the ruins of San Martino, so people can get information as well, and they can learn through the walking of the trail. And then this is an illustration about the workshop to rebuild the old stone terraces. So we imagine that this is one of the first activities that will need to take place in order to start replanting these terraces with their traditional cultivations, which were cicerchia, lentils, almond trees, and even some wine that in fact the Borgo has a lot of caves for this wine that they conserved there. And this is a visualization again showing the trail running just near the archaeological dig. And so you can see that there are areas that can function as both educational and recreative and a learning opportunity for people in the tourism. And then another thing that I was explaining that we envisioned was the cultivation of fruit trees and a kind of pick your own fruit program. And then there can be, for example, cooking workshops in the town of Carapelle or in Castelvecchio on traditional Abruzzese food. And there can be, the products can be sold. There can be a lot of different opportunities. And one of these is to have a kind of, with these ephemeral structures that would be built throughout the spring and summer, then they can be used for food festivals, precisely for this food that is in part grown, in part foraged, and obviously in part imported for certain things, but mostly local food. And finally, we were thinking about the landscape as a kind of background for certain events. So we were inspired by the Paesaggi Sonori Festival, which already happens in the region during the summers. And we wanted to incorporate some traditional building techniques like the dry stone wall to have a minimal intervention on the landscape that would at the same time use the background of the towns as a stage, but also put on the stage the rural activities that are happening just near the performance. And so these two things interact and they kind of enhance each other by staging each other as a kind of performance that we don't normally see. And this would be a summary of our intervention techniques. So you can see where everything is on the land, how it functions through time, and how we envision that it might work on the landscape itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Adriana. And thank you to the team. Again, Valentina Freda, Chiara Cossidente, Milica Trignac, Burak, Aidin, and of course, Adriana. Thank you. You can stop sharing, maybe Adriana, and give the floor to the jury comments.
Staying there, if anybody wants me to go back to this last slide to see something else more in detail, you can say so.
I've also put the link to the Miro board there in the chat.
Yes, they are also on Miro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you, Tom.
So critics, you can go ahead. I see a hand up. Elham, go ahead. and then Per.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your nice
Good morning.
presentation. Just one question, please. After these analysis that greatly you have done and presenting some proposals, I want to know, do you have any suggestion for the future of these sites that by naturally and environmentally, morphologically, do you have any some suggestions make this region more resilience about the following earthquake in the future? Do you have some suggestion make it more resistance, that it makes you can make this site more powerful, that by itself it can be resist against the natural disaster, some earthquake, like earthquake? I don't know, may
Adriana?
Yes, so actually, I think that the strategy of having only very temporary architectural interventions on the site is a way to deal with the earthquake problem, because there will never be something that is, first of all, that risks falling down, because they are very light and made of wood. And even if they do fall down, it was only temporary anyway. So I think that the landscape, maybe the bigger risk to the landscape is the fact that if it's not maintained, the terraces will start to collapse in the way that they have now. But the good thing about the stone wall technique is that it's one of those more ancestral technique where if it got degraded, it was also a social, cultural thing of the town to go and repair them. So if the terraces do get degraded, there is a possibility of running another workshop, repairing them, having like an event for the town. And I think that the most at-risk things of earthquakes in our project are the towns, which we are not really concerned for because it's a landscape project, and all the ruins, which I think they have survived the earthquakes so far, and when there is an archaeological intervention, they will stabilize them with technical means of stabilization.
Thank you.
And if I may add something, it's about the risk of fires, because another important risk in this territory is fires, and the wood growing spontaneously without maintenance is a big risk for this. So the idea of creating a certified forest system is the idea of keep the people in the place and to ensure maintenance of the woods. So this is another prevention measure. Thank you for your question, Ella.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you, Adriana. Also.
Per Cornell has his hand up, and then Zeynep.
Yeah, I like this proposal. I will try to avoid to repeat what I said at the first jury, but I like this idea about seasonality. I think that is a very good idea. Could be elaborated even more. I would like in detail. I think I mentioned last time that archaeology is not only about buildings. So archaeology can also help when it comes to the agricultural landscape. We can do a lot of digging in relation to that. That could help to understand how they have been constructed, what has been cultivated in different periods, and so on, and how they've changed over time. So that could be part of the work on these agricultural installations, and that should be done prior to restoring the walls, of course. Yeah, that's a detail. Yeah. Another thing is that this idea of having excavations going on when people pass by is a very good idea. I have discussed that at other occasions. I am in favor of the idea that archaeological fieldwork should, to some extent, be a public activity. Of course, the archaeologists must have some space for themselves at times, but they should be prepared to have visitors nearby and even guide people on the dig. So that could also be a part of this experience, to see an excavation, and perhaps even in relation to certain types of objects that the public could be involved in the actual excavation.
Yes.
So that is something that you could integrate into the project, I think, productively. And then I repeat, as I said, just one thing I would like to repeat, that it would help very much if you get a LiDAR scan over the area. You can identify the full extent of the terraced areas, for example, and other items that could be interesting in the landscape or built environment. So I think I stop there, but I do like this project, and it's very interesting, and I think it has a large potential. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Per. Thank you for your suggestions. We will keep them in mind for maybe a next step. You never know what will happen. And regarding the archaeology in the agriculture and in landscape, I totally agree. And if you look at this area in a wider, in an enlarged frame, you could find also many very interesting features, like the open fields, which is a legacy of the medieval system of agriculture. And you can see also archaeology in flowers, because we found Adonis vernalis, which is a very rare flower, which was believed to be extinct in this part of Italy. And it's more in the eastern steppe. So we have macheri, which are those bunch of stones that are believed to be in sometimes shepherd refugees fell down, or simply the operation of these stones of the fields for the agricultural practice, and many others features that are very interesting to be displayed for the people. Yeah, thank you.
If I may continue, again, I would like to thank you for this detailed analysis of what is around. I mean, this is a very thorough observation of what is there, first of all. And then I really appreciate the sketches with human figures that you created in the end, which makes it visible that even though it's a huge landscape, vast lands, yes, and there are very important agricultural or natural goods, yes, but in the end, it's about the activities, the performances of the people who are going to inhabit or pass by or will appreciate or take benefit from. So with this minimal touch that you proposed in the beginning, that with the minimal architectural touch or a constructed touch, there is still something to be created by just in addition to this detailed observation, adding the possible activities of bodily postures, bodily, the physical activities. Of course, in the end, you can further propose several, storage units, which is also in line with the existing landscape, not being too much visible, but of course. We can easily imagine that in this archaeological site, archaeologists or people who are working on site will need more structural additions somehow, but or in the performance performance space that you created with this mountain background. I mean, there will still be more needs. But it's very, very valuable even to detect these kind of
activities or possibilities. So I really appreciate this project as well. Thank you to the whole team.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And I would like to say also that since we are in a network of participating towns, we can always have, instead of crowding too many things in one area, we can always spread them out on the Cammino della Baronia.
Go ahead, Carl, you have a comment?
Yes, first, just to say, really well done. The comprehensive way you've approached it, and the 3 steps, and you followed that through really well. And I mean, I think others have said many of the things I would like to, but I'll just reinforce, as Per said, the seasonality is really important for that part of the world because the seasons are so different. And also the spatial differentiation, which is, you've really brought out in terms of where you sit on the landscape and what you can do with that land because of the nature of the soils. I suppose that's one thing in terms of the landscape character. My understanding of it, or at least as practiced in the UK, also includes, if you can get the information, the geology and soils, so you understand what can be done. And I mean, the drainage is also a pretty key issue in the area. But I think picking up what Zeynep was saying about the connection to the communities, one question in my mind is, who owns the land? What is the relationship in terms of the kind of both legal and cultural connection to the land, and that a landscape, as you've really, in a sense, illustrated, is a way of life, or is the result of a way of life and people's interaction with it over a long period of time. And so maybe the temporal could also extend to how long-term you can get some of these things to work. So some of them clearly are short-term, and others, in terms of establishing habits within the communities, and working with them to say, well, can we start to make these make sense in terms of how I live my life and support myself? So, I suspect you're doing some of that, and it's great that you've talked to the people and saying, there are people who know some of the, the traditions, and I mean, I think that's a really important one to try and, to draw out from the standpoint of making this something an important contribution to the region and the community. So really well done. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Carl. Maybe I can answer your question regarding the property of the land, because I have some information. First of all, I should say that since I was stuck in home, it was impossible for me to go to the municipality and ask for those informations regarding the properties. But I know that the land of the Villa San Martino archaeological area is owned by private people. But I do know that there is a proposal by Dora Cirone and Caterina Coletti that talked to the municipality. Dora Cirone and Caterina Coletti are archaeologists from Isar Association, and they are consultant in our team. Sorry, I forget to mention the consultants. So I know that they had a talk with the mayor of the municipality, and the proposal is to buy the land from these private people that are not interested in this land anymore, because they do not cultivate, they don't do anything. So the idea is to convert in a public property, and the idea is to start an application to the ministry, cultural ministry, for funding the excavation of the Villa San Martino area. So this is the main starting point. Regarding your commentary on the seasonality, I give the floor to Adriana or the other from the team. I don't know who wants to answer. Thank you, Carl. Adriana, would you like to answer, or anyone else regarding this? Yeah, but it was a suggestion. I think it's a good suggestion how to involve and to extend the seasonality.
So yeah, for us, the idea of seasonality came about for two main products of the land, which were, we had a long discussion about this because one of them was the wine. So we were saying that maybe we could cultivate the vineyards, and we weren't sure in the team if that was possible on that part. And so we did a long research with the people of the town, and they told me stories of people in time drinking just wine because they had very little water, or they told me the story of this old lady that recently died at 100 years old, and that up until she died, she insisted to be bathed in wine because that's what they did when she was young. And so there are remainders in a sort of archaeology, even of the name of the place. There are remains of these more ancient temporality that was in part lost. Like there is a street called Via delle Vigne, which means a road of the vineyards. And so that was one thing, because we wanted to have maybe a harvest festival. And then the other thing was the winter truffle. And it turns out, as Gianni, the man who sells the fruit and vegetables, says that they actually cultivate the truffles, which I didn't even know was possible. I thought that you only had to go and hunt for them. And so we thought, okay, well, maybe if we already have the fall with the wine and the winter with the truffle, we started to look at our own architectural interventions in terms of seasonality, because it all started from these plants, but we ended up looking at the stage, for example, for the festivals in terms of seasonality, because it wouldn't make too much sense to just leave a lot of structures to make something that is done in the space of a workshop. So with people that have lower levels of skills because they're there to learn, to leave it over the winter in a very snowy place. So then we kind of applied this lens of seasonality to anything that we could. And obviously some things cannot be done in winter, but I think that the idea that you bring to think about temporality in a more long-term way is a very, very good idea. And I think that our approach was to really try to stay minimal intervention and ephemeral, in the sense that we would try to launch these initiatives and they would then get taken over by the local community, and also, like Massimo said, the community of people that come only to visit certain times of the year, or people who immigrate there. And we imagined that they would find new ways of using this landscape that we didn't necessarily envision here.
Yeah, I would just to say that, I mean, I think the seasonality in terms of people is very distinct. I mean, we have a house in a nearby village, and the population is 60 during the most of the year, and then about 300 in the summer. And so making use of that change and building that in is also a key one. So yeah, it's really, again, really good work. Thank you.
As we all know, Italian demographics are rapidly changing, and we have a lot of immigration that that all flocks to the cities, but maybe the cities is not the only place that those people could go. And there have been some examples that have been successful and then have been sabotaged. I mean, we all know. But I just wanted to read Dan's comment that he typed, because there is a background noise. Yeah. And he said that I guess we as in Israel, we have a lot of experience where building trails and archaeological digs has offered employment to local population, particularly immigrants and pensioners. Besides supporting the local economy, the activity creates community and an awareness of local culture. And I completely agree. I think that pensioners, there are a lot of here because the population is aging, and immigrants, there are a lot in Italy, and there are actually quite a lot of tensions that maybe can be resolved by attracting more people to a more rural area.
Yeah, Monia Del Pinto, she raised her hand.
Yeah, very quickly, because everyone already touched upon the points that I wanted to make. But well, first of all, thanks for this project. I think it's amazing the way that you've been engaging with the landscape, reading that, detecting and recording and proposing, you know, rediscovering a way to use something that has been there. And even in terms of heritage, trying to give a new significance to what has been over the years, giving life and supporting the economy of this place. Just 2 points. One was already, let's say, following up on Carl's question. If you have considered the stakeholder map before your final proposals, or if you have in mind privately, like prevalently private or prevalently public management of the final product. And then anyone can answer at any time to this question. But before, and then I stop, I wanted also to highlight the importance of strengthening the social aspects through this project. So the social component, the social capacities connecting to disaster risk, because we are not actually, you are not focusing on the restoration of the physical fabric, although there is some punctual intervention, I guess. But the important thing, and as Massimo highlighted before, there are hazards that are connected to the fact that there is low maintenance or low engagement of the local people with the context. So building a structure that, or kind of proposing a way of reusing the landscape that brings people in contact with the context itself is a very powerful complementary activity in terms of future disaster risk reduction and mitigation of the impact of, in this case, the fire, but also mentioning the earthquake. Earthquakes may have to happen again in the future, but the way communities prepared, the way they are already brought together, the way they share disaster risk culture, will make them more prepared. So able to withstand that impact in a different way, also in terms of the local economy. So that was my only point. And again, if you can give me just the information about the stakeholder map, if you had it in mind, if you had an idea of how to turn this idea, this proposal into something that could work, that would be amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Monia. Adriana, would you like to say something, or I can step in? What do you prefer?
I just wanted to say the stakeholder map, like Massimo was saying, I guess he knew about this stuff, but we didn't really. He told us that the main idea was to buy these lands from private and turn it into public. And for me, as a personal belief, I don't believe that much in the possibility of creating community through private ownership. So I kind of ran with the proposal. But that's just my personal opinion, and then I can let the others or Massimo explain better.
Yeah, I just want to say that we have in this area two big opportunities. The first one is the fact that Castelvecchio is in the perimeter of the National Park, Gran Sasso. And as I said, the Cammini della Baronia project is funded by the National Park. So this is a big actor. Actually, I invited the president of the Gran Sasso National Park, but I forget maybe to, okay, sorry, big mistake, I'm confessing. And then we have another important actor, which is the national strategy for the inland areas, and Castelvecchio is in Valle Subequana, Gran Sasso pilot area. So the idea here is to find out funding from both National Park and National Strategy through, of course, the Abruzzo region. And we have different possibilities. we have local development funding programs from the region, okay, through the national strategy. And this is one opportunity. And we do have also the law, the regional law about cooperative communities, cooperative di comunità, which we mentioned in the previous review. I forget to mention today, but this was an important proposal. And in Abruzzo, it is working quite well. We have a lot of cooperative di comunità. And this, of course, the region funds this kind of cooperative di comunità for young people, local people, and trying to strengthen the skills that are in this community, to be found in this community, but not intended as the micro community of Castelvecchio, of course, but the area. Maybe the area could be the 24 municipalities which are involved in the internal area pilot project. So maybe this is essentially the stakeholders of the project. Thank you.
No, that's a great starting point. And just let's not forget the local people, either citizens, like residents or transitory visitors that are part of it.
Yes,
there are low power stakeholders, but they are the end users and those who are kind of gonna live there. So they feature.
This is, of course, they are the main actor, and cooperative di comunità are specifically dedicated to this kind of, but beside the local community, I will also strengthen the fact that we have a lot of people coming from abroad that are so interested in these areas, and we are open to accept all the opportunity that comes from this kind of involvement from abroad, from all the people that are in love with Abruzzo, starting from Richard Calder, Richard Keppel-Craven, Edward Lear, as in the past centuries, fell in love with this area. I know, Monia, you are actually from the area as well.
Yeah, I'm from L'Aquila, from Scopito to be precise, but and I know very well Castelvecchio, so yeah, it's a place that is very dear to me. That's why sometimes I feel like I'm not completely detached from the context of this summer school.
Yes, if I could add something, I had some discussions with those same people. Actually, yesterday when we were about to leave, I got like a little interview with Gianni and with Marcello was his name, I think. And they were both kind of lamenting to me that when they were children, they went with their parents and grandparents on the cultivations and they learned by seeing, because it was just a repetitive act of seeing what was done. And they say now that all the young people have no interest. If you say to their child, come with me in the fields, they will tell you, are you crazy? I'm going to go, hang out with my friends or something. But in fact, I have been living in Canada for a long time, and I see in the people of my generation a big interest in doing a lot of growing your own vegetables, being self-sufficient, community gardens in the city, because I'm in a big city. And I think in a way, in Italy, we are a little bit behind the trend all the time, but maybe with the advent of the internet, we can skip the part of super industrialization concentrating in the towns and attract those people that are already interested in retaking ownership of their own food production. So I see on one hand a lot of interest about it in a place that has already been completely taken over by monocultures, and yet some disinterest in a place where there are still a lot of traditions. And so I think that we have a unique opportunity because the people of Marcello and Gianni's generation are aging, and so they only have so many years left to give us their knowledge. And in fact, if we don't have enough interest from the locals, like the locals of Castelvecchio, because they are young people, maybe in the towns around or in the cities, people from cities, from Rome, etc., will come and learn, and they can create a community by then teaching these techniques. You know, it doesn't have to be links of blood, I guess, father and child. It can be more spread out.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Good. I think we should move on to the next group. So thank you, Massimo and team, for a great presentation. The next presentation that we have is the Caniggia group. Alessandro Camis, if you're ready to take the screen.
Yes, I am. Here we go. So our team is composed of the following students. Alara Bilgen, Hanin Khalil, Yaitz Eray Eskin, Jeren Jezer, Hebatullah Al-Hamid, Hanan Al-Hamad, and Rahaf Shaban. Some of them are in Syria. They might have connection problems, but I hope they can join. And was tutored by me, Ozgios Gubanci, Luay Al-Hussein, Ariste Breva, and Yannick Mugensi. The walls are the city. The walls are the very city. Difficult translation from this medieval Latin, but nevertheless, the walls are the very city. But you know, the city is in Latin 2 different words, urbs and civitas. So urbs is the stone city, but civitas is the inhabitants. So we designed something that is, well, you will see. Following a multi-scalar approach, recognizing the singular alignment of those 6 small settlements in within their landscape. Here you go. Eventually, these 6 fortified settlements belong to a fortified limes that was established in that area after the Carolingian reconquer of the territory from the Lombard dominion. Well, this belongs to last year, but we still have this Facebook group, Distretto Culturale Terre della Baronia di Carapelle, and the logo. There, with the logo is, you know, idolizing those 6 communities and surrounding them with some kind of enclosure. But we would like to push this initiative in order to build community in that territory. And for our approach, we are using the keyword of medieval urbanism. Our design approach is inspired by the understanding of Castelvecchio Calvisio as a medieval settlement, not Roman. Chronicum Vulturnense documents at the end of the 8th century the topography of this area, mentioning a number of place names that were tentatively reconstructed in that little plan there below in red. What is interesting is the position of a Curte Monte de Super Villa Magna Serra. The Curte is a typical Lombard social structure that was eventually in place, and the Castello Super Sanctum Laurentium, which could correspond with the site of the Castelvecchio Calvisio, but we're not sure about that. Anyhow, looking at the urban form of this fortified settlement, especially the urban tissue, these elongated blocks of pseudo row houses with a very regular layout, eventually a planned layout, resembles typical urban fabric in the some of the French Bastide from the 11th and 12th century, like Caylus, Palamini, Valentine, Villeneuve d'Aveyron, and others. Therefore, it seems like this settlement, in terms of urban structure and layout and urban fabric, could be tentatively dated to the 11th, 12th century. The organization of the polarities, paths, and properties seems to recognize the fortified settlement on top and the open fields beyond, with the grotte part of the city on the south west side in between. You can also recognize the position of the church on the outside of the of the core, incorporating part of what probably was another fortified enclosure, as one of the side of the church incorporates one tower belonging to that fortification, also one archibugera hole for the cannons, let's say. But in the form of the city, we recognize the typical organization of society of those times, you know, the partition in bellatores, oratores, laboratores, as mentioned by Adalberon de Leon in the Carmen ad Robertum Regem Francorum, is in a way corresponding with the urban structure, where we have a core up there on top of the hill, fortified, and we got the church acting as a hinge between the lower part of the settlement. So we imagine that this, you know, organization is to be dated to that time, not later. Well, just to recall the territorial organisms exercises we did on day one as a collective effort, outlining the ridge, cross valley, valley routes. It is not completed, but in a way, we focus on the part of Castelvecchio Calvisio, understanding how ridge, cross valley routes seem to be connecting the different settlements therein, but also looked at the urban organism, understanding its limits and fringe belts, if you might, even though they're not properly outlined, it's just a line. It's not, you know, localizing the fringe belt properties, where we can recognize three of them: the inner, the mid one, mid two, and outer city limit. And routes and polarities has seemed to follow the growth of the city, where every time there's a new limit, there is a new polarity, and corresponding to the inner square, the outer square, and the new, let's say, crossroads, which is outside of the enclosure, being somehow the center of contemporary life. The critical factors in this area, but especially Castelvecchio Calvisio, seismic risks and the population. It is clearly visible that the 2009 earthquake has caused a loss in population. About 80% of the people left Castelvecchio after the earthquake, the L'Aquila earthquake, even though the decrease of population started from the 1950s. But in this very moment, we have a very dramatic problem coming down to the actual situation, which is like 124 or so. So we assume that some of the people left Castelvecchio Calvisio because they don't have a house where to live. Actually, the survey of the damage situation speaks clearly. 60 or 70% of the houses of the old city are not usable. Nobody can live there, and nobody has restored them yet. So we are in this situation of a lack of residential buildings to be inhabited by people. So we apply the principles of restoration, reversibility, compatibility, recognizability, and minimum intervention for the resurrection of the town, together with the idea of the imagery integration, the filling in of the urban lacuna and the carbonara style. So after analyzing those lacunae, missing pieces of urban tissue, some of them in the walled core being caused by the earthquake of L'Aquila, others probably be for sure caused by the Avezzano earthquake, and the other ones we don't even know, maybe, but still it's missing pieces of urban tissue. And on the other side as well, urban rigatino alla carbonara. The understanding of a typological process and plan, well, this typological plan that was done by the municipality in a traditional survey, and the outlining of the typological process of the walled core of Castelvecchio Calvisio. I'm not going to detail on this, but it's a process. It starts from pseudo row with an ambitus, then merged together, raise of one floor, and finally merged into inline buildings. Some of them have been merged, some of them are still to their pristine state. And coming to the project, we can pass the word to Nariste.
Yes, hello. And here is the formation process of our project. Phase first is the Castelvecchio Calvisio as it is now. Second phase is the demolitions of some buildings. They are not big, just on the ground floor. The third phase is the row houses with the backyard, and the phase 4, it's inline houses. Next slide. UI.
So yes, hello everyone. So this is the master plan of the 2 houses that we decided to fill in the urban tissue of the site. As we can see here, that this building is really completing the image of the city itself as an enclosure. And also it creates some sort of community gardens in one of the of course the extension of the process. So as we saw in the slide before, that the row houses that started to be formed or started in the process is eventually becoming an inline house. And then in our project case, so here as you can see, that this is the early formation of the houses as a row houses with a garden, and also of course with the then the formation process continues to include inline houses. It also continues to our project. So as you can see here, the community garden is an extension of the previous process. And here, and in the house that we call house C on the right side, and this is house G if we consider it, this is house C. As you can see, that it is also connecting with the backyard of the house of the community garden, as well as the main street of the city. So this is, it's like a one organism that develops as we have spoken before. So this gray area was the public spaces, and the green was community gardens, where the red ones are the social housing blocks that we have designed. And we will show you the first one, which is house G. Can we move, please, the slide?
Sorry, just let me add one thing, that in these 2 houses, C and G, with shops on the ground floor and housing on 2 levels, we are hosting 34 people. So, you know, that is not covering the loss of population following the earthquake, but at least half of that population could come back and live in these new houses, which are seismic resistant houses designed and built in reinforced concrete.
So as we will introduce now the house G that we designed. So please, let's show the image, which is the perspective image of the house with the urban surrounding. So as you can see, it is we aimed at, when designing this house, to be a part of the system of the building typology. So it is not, it is a continuation process of the surrounding buildings that also take care of the connection networks, and also pay attention to the older or the historical image of the city that used to have in the other part, such as the towers that we have included. So let me now give the mic to the student to actually explain the floor plan. So.
Thank you, Loy. Hi, everyone. It's Isar. Here you can see the ground floor plan of the house G. We have the agricultural social cooperative and local food and wine shop for selling local products. And also we have community gardens, which showed with green. Our main entrance is, how can I say, it is near the corner, and when the people entered the building from there, they can reach all floors from this core. Moreover, people can follow the path near the buildings, and they can easily reach both road and garden side via openings at two sides and paths. We can continue. Yes, here is our elevation from backyard side, and the openings at the ground level are there to enter the agricultural social cooperative and local food and wine shop. Other big openings belongs to living room, and the mid ones belongs to bedrooms, and small ones are for toilets and bathrooms. We can continue.
And here, as we can actually say that it is the first floor, which includes, sorry, this is the second floor plan, which includes a typical plan of the house. So it includes the staircase, of course, that you can access the houses. This is the house number 1, and this is the second house. And of course, the second floor has an access to the terrace area, which you can access using the common space, but also it can be accessed privately from this apartment. Professor, would you like to say something about the plan?
We can move to the next floor and analyze actually, this is the same floor. Anyhow, so we got two apartments, quite large. I think it's 125 meters or so for each on this floor.
And as we see here also, we saw a plan of the 4th floor of only the tower area in the last slide. We can see that it has an access to the top side, which has a green roof, which will be explained in details later. But this part of the staircase continues to go on the upper levels to sustain the circulation of the people, and also to give the opportunity for them to actually have this accessibility of greenery on the roof. So they actually have public spaces and also a private space at the same apartment once they live inside the building. So it's going to flourish the community level, let's say.
Maybe we should add something about the existence of a drawbridge with an arch, which is leading as another entrance to the Palazzo del Capitano del Popolo. That structure is included in our layout the building is designed in order to create some kind of enclosed space, like a small piazza, let's say, public space, which is connecting the old and the new town.
Okay, let me continue from here. You can see the northeast elevation with its environment and neighbor buildings. In terms of height and place attachment, the building is harmony with its own environment, and it looks like a part of the silhouette. And we try to create an order or regularity on the facade with working with both plans and elevation at the same time. According to this order, all openings follow each other at the vertical and horizontal. In contrast to that rule, at some part, we broke this rule for emphasize that part, such as creating an irregularity and extraction in order to emphasize the main entrance of the apartments. On the other hand, we also use loggia or balcony to create a semi-open places there. Yes, thank you. We can continue. And here section, you can see the relation between building and the road or building and the neighbor buildings, and also environment. So if you want to add something, Loy or Professor? If it's not, we can continue.
What I think about the area of the production,
Okay, we can continue. I think somebody left the microphone open.
I think so. Sonia, could you turn off your
Okay. So let's continue with the other house, which I will be introducing. So this is the other house that we also plan to do as we saw in the master plan. And you see that here, the connection part of the Cardo, it's actually continuing with the house, the house openings as well as the gateway. So it will actually attract the visitor not only to access the building, but also to access the town itself. And also the house being on the main street, it also could actually attract the new settler to visit the space and also to inhabit it. Similar features of of the previous house is also being used in this house, such as the roof, the elevation style. So they are all look in similar dimensions. Let's say not dimensions, but functional wise, and also in terms of the typological typology, and also the process in which they both have been formed. So Alara will continue with explaining the floor plan of this house. So please, Alara.
Hello. In this part, this is the ground level of the house C. And from here, you can see there are two openings that going through to the old C. And one of them, you can see we connect them with the road also. From here, you can, from road, you can get to the old C here. And also for the ground floor, we put some shopping areas and a restaurant here. You can see there are 3 shops and 1 restaurant. And also this is in separate in the ground floor, but it will continue as a 1 block in the upper levels. We can continue with the other slide. Here you can see the other floors. The second floor here, we have 4 different apartments here with 2 main stairs that are connecting the apartments. And the first one, this is the biggest apartment in the block. We have 1 master bedroom, 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 1 kitchen here. And also the other one, we have 1 master bedroom, 1 living room, and 1 kitchen, and also a toilet in here too. And the other part, the other connection with the stairs, they're also to another different kind of apartments. One of them has 1 master bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and a toilet. And the other one has also the same plan, like master bedroom, living room, kitchen, and the toilet. But in here, we have, this is a duplex apartment, and the upper floor we can see in the next to this plan. Here we have 1 bedroom, 1 toilet, and 1 storage here. Also, we are continuing the stairs and the duplex, like these are 3 towers here. And the duplex house has 2 terraces, and also from the stairs, we can continue to the other terraces here. And also here you can see the section. In this section goes through the gate, which is going through the old city here. In here, we put 2 gardens. They are community gardens also, and we connected these gardens with a stair here. And also you can see the 2 apartments and also the tower from this plan, this section, sorry. And we can go to the next one. And also here you can see the site plan. We have 3 towers and 4 terraces. The 2 terraces are inside of the duplex, and the other ones are continuing with the stairs. And also here 2 community gardens we have. And also these community gardens are connecting with the stairs here, and we can go to the old city. And nearby we have the first plan. This is the same one with the second floor plan. The only difference, we don't have duplex here. They're all the same apartments here too. And also we can go to the next one. In here, you can see in the 3D drawings, we have 3
three towers here, and also the openings. And this section is the same with the other sections. We have the same section here. We are the same with the other one. We can
So
go to the next.
Maybe it's worth to note here that the section that we made is also in harmony with the other in the urban context. So maybe we should mention that to the audience as well. No. So the model that also that we plan to do is also to actually connect it with the urban context. That's basically. Maybe Hanan would like to say something about the section. Okay. She has some internet connection. Please, we can go ahead. So this is the both houses being set on the urban context in order to show the total image that we aim to create by proposing the both houses, and maybe we can talk about more on materials in the next slide. So Rahaf maybe and Nariste.
Rahaf. Okay, so for the materials, for the facade, we decided to work with the local limestone, panels, and it will be ventilated facade. For the window frames, it's curtain steel, and the roof, as we mentioned before, it will be green roof. And Rahaf, please add about your details.
Yeah, hello. According to the photo, the method of covering the facade is using stone blocks of dimension 16 and 13.5 are installed on metal carriers, allowing for a space of 10 centimeters between the stone and the building to ensure thermal insulation. Above the green roof, we used multi-layers, plaster layers were added, and calibrate stairs. And we adding herbic personnel, soil with high water, cloth of non-move polygram, expanded polystyrene, dual shell, light concrete, panels of extrude, multi-layer film with aluminum vapor, and concrete slab, and plaster at the end.
Okay, and here is the cost estimation of our project. Both houses, House C and House G, and the House C has the duplex. There is a total square meters and the cost of the duplex, and total residential and commercial. And the total House C, the square meters is 1,626, and the cost will be 1,951,872 euros. And for the House G, there is also total residential and commercial square meters and the cost. And we have the total amount for both houses, which is 3,818,856 euros.
The cost estimation is done on the Abruzzo regional law of social housing. Maybe that cost has been changed recently, but it says, if I remember properly, 1,200 euro per square meter for social housing. Might be updated the cost, but we want to have the idea of the order of greatness of this operation, which could be a little bit less than 4 million euros for the two houses, giving, though, new homes to 34 people. seismic resistant homes. As a conclusion, we should outline that within the different post-earthquake reconstruction strategies that are available, as it was where it was, reconstruction with the original fragments, almost as it was where it was, reconstruction, but with some technological, structural, and typological update, which is what we explored last year elsewhere, temporary, and which is what was mostly done in the Aquila area, elsewhere permanent, like in Bellice and Ghibellina. This other idea, where it is, how it could be, should also be considered. This design strategy that we experimented in the summer school defines the future form and life of the city as the continuation of an identified ongoing process. Therefore, the reading of the urban form, the formation process of the urban tissues, the typological process altogether are giving indications for the design proposal. This collection of the reference, Caniggia Maffei, Brandi, Carbonara, and our green research in 2016 on small towns in Lazio. As a final conclusion, we can call in Tederick, and in his first law about restoration, written in the end of the 5th century, propositi quidem nostri est nova construere, sed amplius vetusta servare. So we want to build the new, but we also want to protect and enlarge the ancient. So, thank you. So, can you read out the different languages there?
Ahmad, спасибо.
Shukran.
Merci. Merci.
Grazie, Agimum Bovis, grazie. And then finally, the Gothic thanks from Tederick, who's a member of the team, Tux, which resembles the Swedish tuck, and Aviluf, which is another form of thanks in Gothic.
And the floor is
open. Sorry, Tom.
Sorry, we didn't keep the timing. How was it, Tom?
To be confessed, I didn't keep the timing either for this one, but the 23 minutes is open now for comments.
Alessandro and Tom, I would have a couple of questions for the guys. Just about the architectural scale and the materials, because you've been talking about local limestone, and well, first of all, I'm not so sure that what you call local limestone is really local, and above all, I don't think that this stone used in the area is using a so big flat plates. I mean, all the area is gray with small pieces of very regular elements of stone. So I'm not sure it is limestone, or I'm not sure it is the kind of limestone you choose for your envelope, let's say. And so that's the first elements to think about, because at the end of the day, that kind of facade is completely different from the context. Maybe, in my opinion, too much. We could have used the same kind of stone in a very regular way, but without losing that very materic effect that we can have, and that we have basically around the rest of the urban fabric. And so it is the first point. The second point, it is a very important point in my opinion. The second point is about the choice of not having roofs, but on this flat roof with green. I mean, it does not mean that green is not always, you know, the best solution. When we are working inside historical organism in the middle of the countryside, in the middle of fantastic landscape. So think about this. So think about the proper choice of materials for the facade, because at the end of the day, it is what we see. You know, it's the first step of dialogue between the new architecture and the existing one. And I think that roofs would be, from an environmental point of view, but even from a landscape point of view, maybe the best solution for these kind of interventions. Also because the green roof really, I mean, so do we really need them for Castelvecchio Calvisio? That's my two questions.
So, sorry, thank you for that, Marco. As for the the picture of the the picture of the materials is not exactly the same stone, the local stone. That is clear, but because it was done overnight, so we didn't. But I can tell you that the calcare can be produced in not very thin. It's 4.5–5 centimeters. The reason of that choice, in comparison with other choices like traditional masonry, is because these are new buildings in reinforced concrete, and they're meant to be resisting new earthquakes in the future, which instead cannot be done with traditional masonry. About the flat roof, well, we decided to design modern buildings, and we decided to make them recognizable, different. We don't want to imitate in any ways any of the features of the local architecture. But what we do instead is continue the typological process. That is one thing in order to create some kind of continuation. But following Cesare Brandi's principles, we want these buildings to be recognizable as different in order to create a new life for Castelvecchio Calvisio. Not only restoring the old one, which is one other thing, of course, we explored that last year. This year, we wanted to explore the construction of new buildings, because I think Monia del Pinto outlined that very much in her lecture. So one problem is the building, restoring the building. Okay, another problem is the public spaces and the safety of the public spaces, of those narrow roads in the future, earthquakes. So in a way, we know we're doing a new piece of city. We're not restoring the old one. So that is its choice, which does affect the shape of the roof. It's modern, è moderno, anzi modernissimo.
Well, I agree for the roofs, but not very much for the stones, because we can have contemporary masonry, but there are many examples in Piemonte by the Turin School, Polytechnic Turin School of Architecture.
I know,
where we can have.
This is not brick area, Marco. So it's stone area. So we decided.
No, not brick. I'm talking about stones. So there is all the area close to the mountains that it is made of stone. But I think we can have a stone skin in a very high tech way instead of this flat. But I mean, there is the technology to do something more closer to in my opinion, to the context.
No, we didn't want to be close to the context. That's the point. We wanted to be different, new, moderno, anzi modernissimo.
Too much, in my opinion. Too much. But and second of all, you know that Cesare Brandi, it is not a good reference when we talk about architecture, because he's a great critic in the history of art. But in my opinion, he wasn't very keen about architecture, because.
Did you read it?
Architecture is not the same of a picture of I mean.
Of course, it's not. But did you read that book?
Yeah, many of his books. But I believe he made more damage to the architectural, to the historiography in architecture than what he done in arts, in history of art. I mean, but it's another. I mean, we will have time to talk about this. But I don't think that he's a good reference for me we talk about architecture and restoration as well. I know maybe it's a bit strong position, but it is my opinion. Don't forget that I came out from the Restoration School of Rome, so I know Brandi very well.
Monia del Pinto.
Hi. First of all, thanks for the project and for going kind of in depth. Is the first very deep and detailed project until the actual prizes. So that's appreciate the efforts from students as well. I have 2 points to make, and one, just picking up on the latest comments about the material. I guess the conversation here shouldn't be actually centered on what material in particular to use, because limestone is a local material. The point is that using that in the facade with that technology would probably generate an additional secondary hazard in the case of earthquake, because it's very brittle as a material, and the way you anchor that to the facade, so you anchor the external layer to the facade, it may or may not be the best option in highly seismic areas. So maybe reconsidering the material, not just because we don't want to have limestone, but because the way we are assembling that new building should be as safe as possible, and that may not be in line, let's say, with the seismic profile of the area. There are many other ways to employ the same materials that are a bit more stable or less hazardous, I would say. But I wouldn't, I would be okay. I mean, if you keep the material, although in a different way, I think the big question wouldn't be what do you choose, but how do you employ that. And the second point is just to invite you to a reflection. I appreciate that you noticed the connection with the public spaces. And I was wondering, by placing these two attractors on two opposite sides of the Borgo that are ideally capturing and attracting people and users, what happens to the historical core? So if you consider the dynamics that can be triggered by these decisions in terms of integration or segregation of the historical core, the historical area, so the central part, because are we just moving outside, like in a centrifugal mechanism, the users, not just the residents, but also those who are going to, I don't know, use the stores, I mean, the shops that you designed? Or is this connected to a broader strategy that keeps in mind also how to revive the historical center? Have you considered that?
Thank you. So as for the materials, in order to, we're not doing a executive design project in 10 days. Actually, we started, we didn't go in the detail of the
No, I didn't expect that. I was just considering whether or not it was part of the broader vision.
No, let me get to this point. So we did not design the suspending, technology. We just provided one picture, screenshot to see what it could look like. That's not even our building, not even the local stone. So sorry for that. But in order to design a safe skin in ventilated facade with stone and suspending technology adequate to the seismic area, that requires 10 more days, but we didn't have the time to consider that. But indeed, it is one of the most important things in designing in a seismic area. As for what happens to the inner core, last year in the same team, we did the opposite extreme. We restored the existing buildings in the walled core, not all of them, three. Did we do 2 or 3? 2. 3 of them. So we explored the possibility of restoring as they were, where they were, with some typological and structural updates, 3 of the buildings of the walled core. So, and this year we explore the outside. What could we do on the outside? So eventually, the 2 things should work together. So we should have the restoration, completion, consolidation of the buildings in the walled core on one hand, but also, and that is one of the problems of not only Casabico, Calviso, but most of these small towns, the issue of the accessibility for the vehicles. As you know, the cars cannot go inside. No way, it's too narrow. So that's fine. We can have a compact city with no cars, which is good. But on the other hand, contemporary life requires accessibility for the cars. Therefore, the outer ring street is the only accessible, route within Castellvecchio, and that is one of the reasons why we decided to put those buildings in that area. These buildings would be accessible by cars.
Yeah, that's a that's a very good choice in terms of starting reviving the center. I would just invite to reflect upon the impact of every kind of decision like this when you move outside attractors, and just to bear in mind that we are looking at the whole system. So how the impact of this change could alter the pedestrian paths or the pedestrian use of space, or inside the historical area. So of course that's a great starting point. I was just especially for students, I think it's a good way to be mindful of the impact of every decision on the future functioning of the urban system. So whether we are talking about space or materials choice, everything has its own weight. So it's important to have a broader vision.
Both buildings are connected with the inner core, being the two gates of the inner core. The one on building C has the passage and the stairs going to the Cardo, and the other one, its outer space, is connected to the drawbridge of Palazzo Capitano. So in a way, these buildings are behaving as gates to the whole city. So they're not excluding, they're connecting. Thank you, Anita.
Yeah. Thank you.
We got a raised hand. We got two of them. I don't know the order. Per and Carl, whatever.
Per and then Carl.
Yeah, thank you. It's an interesting project and stimulating. I will not repeat what I said last time. It was also interesting to see this historical introduction. I think that is relevant for a presentation of this kind of project. Of course, we can discuss a lot of things about that, but it is very important. I like the distribution of the windows now. I just have actually one question now, but these demolitions, what is demolished? And I of course, if something is demolished, it should be excavated, I say as an archaeologist. And if they are excavated, that will produce interesting information and materials that perhaps could be the basis for an exhibition inside this new building. That's just a suggestion from my side. Thank you.
Okay, Per, are you finished? Okay. Yeah, I think the team did a fantastic job developing it. So, working from where it was at the interim, and so it's good to see it go through, elaborated and refined. So, and some of those points are, we just discussed before. But I suppose on the kind of point, I'd like to actually ask the students what they see is the most, the three most important reasons the building should be modern. So can any of this who worked on it, and if you're going to distinguish it, why do you want to distinguish it?
The first reason is seismic reasons, and its seismic quality, and other one is we now live in 2021, and we have some habits, and we have some, how can I say, living conditions, and that's why our buildings will be modern. Not looks like, but it will be modern in terms of the life quality. And another thing is we also want to emphasize the building with its contrasts. So that's why it looks also like a modern. Is it an answer for your question?
Yeah. No. There's no right answer. It's why you.
Yeah, sure.
To do that. The other.
We can also think about or talk about what is the modern for you, What do you mean by saying modern?
Well, it's more you're saying it's distinct. You want it to look different, and so having is that there are different reasons you might do that. One of which might be, as Monia was saying, and you've acknowledged for seismic reasons you might want to construct it in a different way, and therefore it should follow through as if there's a kind of tectonic logic to the method of construction, then that makes sense. But I think I suppose what I was pointing to is also resource use and energy use, and I think in terms of the agenda, even within a historic context, a justification for something being different is not just to make it look different from a historical point of view, but because you're seeking to achieve aims that are important to the time, such as one, operational energy use, embodied energy, and the material cycle, and making best use of those materials. I suppose the other thing is I think it was interesting, and there are some good points and maybe some questions, is using having the green space, because one of one of the parts of the local typology is the orto and the association of land for growing within the settlement. Had you seen the green spaces as having that capacity?
Sorry, may I add one thing? So I'm going to ask every one of you within your project, what will happen with the next earthquake, if that would be a strong one? So in this project, if there was another strong earthquake in the area, most probably 80% of the town would go down, because it is severely damaged. It has not been restored. It has been now, 20 years under the rain and snow, and all the slabs are damaged. Most of the roofs are missing. So if there is another strong earthquake, most of the town goes down. Boom, done, finished, nothing left. This proposal, in case of a new earthquake, would stand. So that's the idea, And as for the green, you might notice that the wall core is surrounded by not continuous, but tissue of monocellular row houses with a backyard. It's there. It's part of the process. So we're not introducing anything new in terms of typology. We're continuing the existing urban tissue, which has vegetable space in the backyard. Shortly. Is somebody keeping the timing? I cannot do so many things at the same time.
Yeah, you're up into 22 minutes, so one more question.
Okay, let's use it shortly and then go move on to the next one.
Okay, good morning to everyone. Just a brief observation and just one question. Also, last time I told you, Alessandro, and all the team of student and tutor, that you gave a great job. And I really appreciate the fact that you try to work on the urban fabric and try to restore urban fabric. And it's very important. I think also that both this house C and house G, if I remember well, can work because they are put in a good position, we can say, because they behave both like urban walls and then like urban gate, especially the house C, because this is put in the final final part of the Cardo. If I remember well. But I have a question, because of course with a project like yours, it's a project in which you're working on issues also linked to the problem of the language of architecture. So they are very clear, all the references that you have chosen for this project, like for example, Caniggia, Brandi, Carbonara. So all the references related to the master plan, we can say, to understand the formative process of Castelvecchio. But I wanted to ask if maybe what projects have inspired you, if you have also references about this project, because in fact, also last time I have had some perplexity about the facade of one of these houses. And I wanted to know more about the references of the students that you have chosen.
As you probably could see, the formation process of the whole project, just pick it up for 1 second from the beginning, is the aggregation of aggregation of monocellular row houses with the backyard. And therefore, each one of those, archetypal houses, and the final result is somehow recognizable in the bay, in the structural bay. So the reinforced concrete structural bay of the project is based on the rhythm of those, of the aggregated houses of the formation process. Therein, in that structural bay, windows are organized with very simple rule. They all are square, okay, so that's a choice of proportion, and they are all, giving light to the interior spaces. So we got a small window for the toilet, we got a large window for the living room, we got a large opening for the shop on the ground floor, we got a small one for the kitchen and for the staircase. So in a way, it is very simple and functional. There's no, aesthetical choice behind it. But if you want to, ask me, in this project, I am looking at Grassi. But let's talk with the others. Probably all have different things in mind. But again, it's not an imitation of any other building. It's a process. So the result is the result of the outcome is the result of the process, where the structural bay derived from the formation of the units, where the units are based on the existing urban tissue. So if you notice on here, basically these two, let's annotate there to make it clear. These two, I need to do the straight line. See one, no, I did it not. Sorry, let's take this one. One, two, or this one, 1 and 2, and somehow create, a rhythm. Actually, that bay is the same bay of the inner core, a little bit larger, 6 meters. So what we did here, we organized the growth of a series of spaces, houses, which follow that same kind of rhythm aggregation process. The building is the evolution of this process, where the walls of the simulated row houses become the pilasters of reinforced concrete pilasters, quite big, quite massive. I think we did 100 times 30 for 3 floors, which is quite big, quite seismic resistant. So the structural bay is then, it's very difficult to annotate on this altogether, doing so many things at the same time. So the structural bay, there you go, you see it there. The structural bay is somehow the continuation, evolution, what do you want to call it, of those archetypal houses. Therein, in each structural bay, which is, of course, on the other floor, we have a system of openings, which is based on, a very simple rule. They're all square, and we decided to, choose different measures according to the needs of the interior space. And then we created an abacus of openings, large for the living room and for the shops, because that is a space that needs a lot of light. And there you go. And then 120 for the rooms, and then 60 for the toilets and for the stairs. And then they were arranged, a very simple way. So there's no, how can you say, aesthetical aim in the operation. The facade is the result of a process. That's my perception. But when I started, I have in mind Grassi.
Okay, great. I think we need to move on.
Okay, thanks.
More groups to present before lunchtime, and we'd rather not go over. So the next group up is the Paolo Soleri group. So Francesca Ronco is going to be sharing the screen. I'm going to introduce the group and then pass it on to the students who will be presenting their work. Let's just make sure the screen is visible to everybody and gets into presenter mode, and then I'll begin. Give you a second there to get it up. Yeah, present mode, there you go. Okay, good. So thanks for joining us, everybody. Thanks to the critics. I'm going to just introduce myself, Tom Rankin. So I'm representing Isar, which is actually both the organizer of the summer school, but also the client, the not so hypothetical client in this case. And I'm joined by co-tutors Francesca Ronco and Giulia Bertola of the Politecnico di Torino, and then our special guest consultant turned tutor, Dan Price of Technion in Haifa. The students participating were both remote and on-site. So on-site, we had Sonia Kalcheva from Vienna University of Technology, from Bulgaria originally, Maria Luisa Meoni from Abruzzo originally, studying at Firenze, along with Patrick Paletti and Desdemona Marina, all at the University of Firenze. And then joining us remotely, we had Alexandra Szeslik from Krakow, Poland, and Rofaida Zaher from Aswit, Egypt. We were also joined by the school's resident philosopher, David Liu, for frequent conversations. And I'll mention that the tutorial group is named after Paolo Soleri in light of his interest, in recognition of his interest in ecological, social, and spiritual value of compact urbanism, compact villages. And I and Dan Price both had the privilege of working with the master in the self-construction workshops at Arcosante. So the students are going to present the work now, starting with our on-site observations for the team that was on-site, the brainstorming, which took place with everybody, and then they'll take you chronologically through a 10-year strategic plan, which starts with the creation of an international study center, the headquarters for Isar's ongoing Borgo Abruzzo project, which we intend to be a catalyst for future regeneration. So, Alexandra, you can take the floor.
Okay, thank you. I hope that you hear me well. So, good morning for everyone. So, what we can see here in urban scale. Our team took observation about the town on the site, and also we in online way. And you know, we are working on the little village Castel del Vecchio, which you can see here. And our main question was what we can do for that town. But before do that, we analyzed, you know, all this area. So, this urban fabric and open green space, and you can see that in the green color. And with dark gray color, we show here the historic structure. And that part of the town, it's really poor in bad condition and mostly uninhabited. And one of this historic part, you know, one of this group, building group were destroyed by earthquake, and after that they remain in that way. But here in the town, we have also some mother building, and you can recognize them. They are in the light gray color. So, and yeah, they are located are H and Danga Victoria roads. So we were thinking here how we can activate population there, what we can do for real for that town, and you know, how we can actually start our let's say snowball effect of changing in that community. So we made a brainstorming. So you can see that here. Yeah, exactly. And you know, we were like asking ourselves for, first of all, for who we will design it. What is our, you know, target of, you know, which kind of you know, age group, and how we can make it, you know, notes and more, you know, stronger. What for true we can do to build that community, you know, here. So what we did, we thought about a short time step and a long term. And what we also thought, what will be the bottom-up action in a human scale, which is really so important, because, you know, to create, you know, big plan, it's so easy, but, you know, we need to start for the little step. And, you know, we thought, you know, how we will start our plan for the urban intervention and also for the self-construction workshop. So we decide to create the strategic plan for the next 10 years. And our pepper in the lake, it's here exactly, you can see on the map on the red that our pebble, it's the study center which we will create. And from that study center for the next 10 years, our plan, you know, will grow up, and from here everything will start. And, you know, now Sonia will say you something more about our study center.
Okay, exactly. Hello, everybody. I will try to explain our concept and the development of the design project for Abruzzo Study Center. The first phase of the strategic plan, as you can see, is exactly the study center itself. The area of intervention is located on the southern part of the old town of Castelvecchio Calvisio, and it is next to the existing city wall. On the next slide, you can see that we found that building, which is already being renovated. So the internal parts are in good condition. We didn't really face any structural problems, but however, you can see that the spaces lack connection in sense of staircases, platforms. There are openings and voids, or there are no openings and voids, so no doors, no windows. Therefore, the main idea of the main concept was to create relationships spatially and functionally between these spaces. Moreover, on the next slide, you can see that the study center building itself has a very interesting tissue, because almost every level, or even there are floors who are on different levels. There are the spaces are spread on 6 different levels. So a challenge for us was to create logical connections between the spaces while still preserving and keeping the functionality of the spaces. As you can see on the slides, we have made on that slide, we have made a functional program for the study center. The 6 different levels consist of exhibition space on the ground floor. Then there is the media meeting room. Then there is entrance with library, lounge, classroom, and the top floor is reserved for the atelier rooms. It is interesting that we have 4 different access points on 4 different levels. From on the sections, the access points are from level 1 and from level 3 and level 2. 2 are positioned on Via Caronte and 2 are positioned on Via on the other street. Please, next slide. That is the entrance level, the so-called ground floor. The entrance is from Via Castellina, and then it was on purpose positioned, the exhibition area was positioned on the ground floor so that it is accessible for everybody. So it is more or less a public space. Entering from Via Catilina, there is a very logical circulation path through the exhibition spaces and out from the access through Via Caronte. The exhibition space is consists of 2 levels. The light pink is the access area, which is ground floor, and the darker red is 1.2 meters higher level, and we have done this interesting staircase, which you can see, which connects the 2 exhibition levels and the upper floor. Next slide, please. The upper floor is the so-called middle level because it is positioned over the exhibition area, but it is not a full floor. It is accessible from outside through Via Catilina, and it also is connected to a stair at lower floor of the exhibition spaces. On the diagram, you can see that it is in pink and consists of meeting, gathering together spaces and a media PC room for digital survey or digital work in general. The next level is the so-called main entrance level through Via Caronte. Thanks to after several steps and through Via Caronte, the people and students and residents, everybody are able to enter the 3rd level, which is on the diagram in blue. The level consists of a reception room and a library room. They're both on the same level, and after that, they are accessible through a staircase. And after that, the next level, the green one, is accessible through a staircase. The green one, or the 4th level, is consists of a lounge, gathering together space, and a classroom, which also could be used as a meeting room or as presentation room because it is pretty high. The last top floor is, as I said, saved for the ateliers. The ateliers rooms are both the rooms under the ceiling, so the atmosphere is very nice. There is not a lot of light, but it is enough. And moreover, they gave us the opportunity to create spaces not only for studying, but also for discussing, for meeting with each other, and for creating something together. This level is accessible only through the lounge area on the previous level. So on the next slide, we have put the next slide. Yes. On the next slide, we are showing the elevations. The previous. Can you please move the previous slide? Okay, yes. We are showing you the elevations and a photo of the situation now. The idea is to show the density of the urban tissue and also of the streets, and on the other hand, to highlight that we are not intervening on the shell of the building. We're preserving the shell of the building, and actually our project and interventions are only into the internal spatial relationships between the different rooms and levels. Next slide. On the next 2 slides, you will be able to see the 3D model, some visualization from both of the streets. You can see that the slope and the top topography is pretty different from the one side and from the second side. And on the next slide, there is the lounge area with a view for the meeting, presentation, study room, and the staircase which connects the lounge area, the 5th floor, with the top floor of the atelier rooms. And on that slide, you can see the different spaces with the beams above, which are creating, the construction is helping us for creating the internal atmosphere of the rooms. These are the entrance point and the ground level of the exhibition area. So that was about the study center, and I will give the floor to my colleagues.
Okay, in the next slide, okay, we see the second area of intervention that is located on the south side of Castelvecchio, outside the wall, where stables were located. The aim of the project is to reuse this, two of which are to be used as lodgings and one for common functions. In the next slide, we see the actual situation of the buildings. Next slide. Oh, okay. Sorry, my connection is not okay. Okay, now before. Oh, okay. Okay, the buildings are abandoned and ruined. In fact, almost all buildings have no floors. Roofs have collapsed. The perimeters wall to reinforce them in the design. We see in the next slide the master plan. And we have chosen different types of accommodation in these three buildings, in which we put apartments with private studio, double, triple, quadruple rooms with the private bathroom, dormitory rooms with the shared bathroom, and spaces for common use for working, eating, cooking, and recreation. In the next slide, we can see the plan of the first building that is spread over 6 levels and composed of duplex apartments, dormitory rooms with shared bathrooms, a gym, and a games room. The accesses are along the external stair, and the bedrooms overlook the landscape. In the next, we should see the one building used for common areas developed on 2 levels. On the ground floor, a small reception and a common room allows the view on the landscape through a large window, while on the floor below, we find the kitchen and the dining room. This is accessed through a walled courtyard, the remains of a collapsed building that we have chosen to maintain. Further down, we can access a garden and a room for common study. In the next, we see the third and last building. Okay. That has 3 levels and has dormitories for single students. Each room has independent access from an access gallery. In the next, we can see the 3D models of the building examined. Those are the common building and the place where are the private studio and apartments. While in the next, there is the model of the single rooms building. And to close the project, as the last image in the next slide, we find a view of the common room and the window that frames the surrounding hilly landscape, and our desire to maintain a dialogue between new, ancient, and nature. And now I give the word to my colleague. Thank you.
Julia, are you connected?
Okay, yes. So the next step involves designing self-construction workshop for small one-to-one scale urban intervention. Next, please. These workshops are open to architects, designers, and woodworkers, and can be organized in groups of 10, 15 people, led by tutors and local carpenters. They are open source initiatives without hierarchies and fixed roles, where everyone can bring their contribution. During the workshops, small wooden installations are designed and built based on specific themes aimed at enhancing the landscape. Each project is different and changes depending on the place where it's to be built. The activity has 4 main goals. The first one is bring together the intangible and material aspect of the construction process in a single experience. The second one is sharing knowledge and adaptability to site conditions. The third one is create functional street furniture, improving the use of public space in a small village where most of its public space is off limits. And the last one is facilitating participation and social interaction. Next, please. Within Castelvecchio Calvisio, 3 types of spaces have been identified in which to intervene with this activity. The first are terraces. It is planned to use flat roofs of low buildings to create spaces raised above ground floors and connect different levels of aids. The terraces can include the construction of vertical connection elements such as stairs or ramps and may have different function. Platform is planned to intervene within the courtyards by creating wooden structure suitable for sitting, for recreational activities, and aimed at encouraging guests to stop. These platforms can contain playgrounds or be integrated with small stages for outdoor concert or conferences. And the last one is frame. This type are frames that are open to the landscape. They can be simple vertical elements or being integrated with elements of outdoor furniture. The project involves its positioning in specific points along the perimeter of the village and aims to invite contemplation of the surrounding space by suggesting different possible horizons to visitors. Now I leave the floor to Francesca Ronco.
Yeah, here you can see the mounting of the linoleum model. That is one of the activities that we would like to activate inside the Borgo. This linoleum model has been digitally fabricated in the model laboratory Modelabarc of the Department of Architecture and Design of Politecnico di Torino. It has been produced starting from the general roof plan of the historical Borgo, drawn by last year's students who worked on aerial drone photos. And it has been realized using the laser cut machine, engraving linoleum panels, which they mention are 60x50 centimeters. The idea was to have a red carpet composed by 45 pieces to be mounted manually. And so now I give the floor to Tom, who will show you the mounting phase with the local population.
So thank you. And I will wrap this up quickly because I see we've reached our time limit. But we did, thanks to the local community, thanks to the sponsors, we did set this up last week on Thursday. And the children during their summer school, they joined us to put the plan together. So I would say it was a very successful example of community participation. And if you go to the next slide, I just want to wrap up by saying, you know, it was tempting to go back to the master plan in our 10-year strategic plan and start imagining specific uses for specific abandoned buildings and spaces, because you know, our creative minds tend to want to do that. But we recognize that this should not be a top-down approach where one person, one team decides where there's a cafe, where there's a bookstore, but instead use the study center as a catalyst for what we think would become initiatives from the bottom up, from the local community, from people who've emigrated and decide that since we're bringing more and more frequently international participants to the town, that there actually is a local economy. As Francesca and Giulia mentioned, the self-construction workshops, which we intend to continue to launch next year during the summer school in the tradition of rural studio, these will bring about attention from the world and therefore help people like Romeo and his bakery and Lucia and her restaurant, or Giuseppe's bar, who has been generously giving us their Wi-Fi, or Giacomo's food truck. So all of these local initiatives, which reminded us that the town isn't abandoned, the town actually has a lot of life. And we think in the next, well, actually, yeah, in this slide, we're looking at just little dots where we think there might be future initiatives, okay? Not being planned by us, but being anticipated by us. And the next slide takes us to 2031 and a kind of fantasy version of what the summer festivals might be. There might be the assembly festival of the 3D model, at that point fabricating it in CDC out of a lightweight material so the children can go and collect it from the storage areas and assemble it. The arts festival that will happen every summer. The annual Isar International Summer School will take place in the Centro Studi Borgo Abruzzo, in our study center. There may be an international conference on landscape, Festa degli Artisticini, all sorts of possible events which we kind of anticipate enlivening the town. So with that, I open the floor to discussion. I just want to thank you, have each member of the team just say grazie with your video on so we can see you all. Rafaida, are you there in Egypt? And Maria Luisa?
Yes, I'm here.
Shukran, Rafaida. And the others, say hi, say thank you so we can see you.
Thank you, Tom.
Grazie.
Thank you for everything.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Grazie.
Floor is open for discussion.
Bye.
Okay, we got a raised hand, Ilham, and then Per.
Thank you for your nice presentation. Just one clarification I need about the project that you presented about the study center and the lodging space. You mentioned so many important functions that you wanted to put in your design process. But something that I was thinking is the missing part is the role of open space and that can help your project to make those brainstorm interactions that you want to happen between people, students, to make it more emphasized. In the first one, I didn't say that you consider, I think, in your project, any open space, even like a patio or something inside your project. And also in the second one, I think it was completely abandoned. Just in the design, I saw some trees, nothing so specially designed for interactions of those people or students, like open space areas or something like this. Do you have any strategies or thank you?
Yes, thank you so much. That's an excellent point. And
thank you.
In truth, in the study center, because that is the possible building that we can use, and it doesn't have any large adjacent open space. We were interested in the small streets as gathering places, but just for the casual gathering. And the existing open spaces in the town, we have to remember the town is only 140 meters long from end to end. So we imagine enlivening the public piazza with the event directly adjacent. There is a building next to the study center which lost its roof.
Exactly.
And depending on the choice of the owner, we may want to take that over. In terms of the residential area, you're right. There's staircases in between. There's open space, which we imagine becoming enlivened. In fact, we witnessed it with ourselves being there, using it as a place to sit and talk. But we didn't show it very well in the project.
Okay, thank you so much.
I'm not sure of the order, but I see Per.
Yeah, I think Per and then Monia.
Yeah, thank you. I will be brief. This is a very interesting project. I hope this timetable will become a real timetable. Of course, there are many questions about property issues and safety issues, which will be solved, I guess, step by step. One thing that I reflected on previously, which I think is fun, is that this idea of using wood is very much in tune with the traditions in Italian towns, which wooden materials were often used for terraces, platforms, and frames, which we can see in so many illustrations and in archaeological excavations. So this is not something odd or strange. It's just continuing in an old tradition. I think that is a very good thing, and I think that there is a high and interesting potential in this, and I look forward to see how this develops. Thank you.
Thanks, Per.
I think Zeynep.
Hello. So thank you for these propositions. It's nice to see that you think about the interiors, and we saw some kind of different levels, especially for the study center. I would like to ask these questions since you raised them already. You mentioned that in the facade there are very small openings, so it's a very restricted space that you can create something in indoors or in the interiors. So I wonder if you have any idea of increasing the level of natural light that comes inside, because there are several ways of increasing this amount of natural light coming inside. In addition, since you have very restricted and small spaces that you can play with, or you can move in, I wonder if you have any idea about how to make it more flexible, those functions that you put in those levels. For instance, I saw your classroom. Yes, you're taking the light from the right-hand side towards the classroom, but you proposed, at least what you have presented here, you propose a very regular, accustomed way of classrooms, but we all know that there are different ways of learning right now. So do you have any additional proposition for the classroom, for instance, to gather different groups, to move the presentation screen or the whiteboard to somewhere else somehow? Or in the atelier, I saw that, yes, there's a gathering area with couches and small ottomans. But on the other hand side, there's a very, again, facing towards the wall kind of workspace. So I believe there should be, there may be some kind of flexibility in the interior. So did you have any brainstorming about that?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to let Sonia respond to this, because she's the one who actually brought up the beauty of the natural light coming in from above in the case where the roofs are missing in some buildings, and also asked about how to express this quality of flexibility that we really like. So Sonia, go ahead.
Exactly. So we really, can you lower? Excuse me. So yes, we really thought about that, especially about the flexibility, because nowadays the flexibility of the spaces is probably the most important part of a building, especially when it is a multifunctional one. About the classrooms, you can see that actually there is a screen and several chairs. The idea is to create the connections between the spaces, and the furniture will be something that is easily movable. For example, if we have chairs and tables which could be arranged in different ways, and I think for furniture design there are a lot of possibilities. We can easily rearrange them when we need some other function to be added, or somehow the usage of the space to be rearranged. So yes, we have thought about that, and we think it is possible to do and to be able to bring that flexibility of the spaces through the furniture.
Great.
Yes, thank you. Just briefly, I mean, it would be really nice to, I mean, just even with a small sketch to propose this. You see,
yes,
we thought about it. That's all. But thank you.
Yes,
thank you.
Yeah, we were thinking about making like a scenario board, how every room could be multifunctioning and how could it be used in from different groups and for different purposes. But yeah, the lack of time this time.
Great. I'm not sure if it's Monia or Carl who's first, but let's say Abruzzese prima. So Monia. Carl, I know you're Abruzzese too in a way, but Monia.
Thank you. So, first of all, thanks for the project and also for the wish of the rebirth of the village by 2031, which is in 10 years from now. So like, you know, we are halfway between the rebirth and the earthquake, almost halfway. But no, apart from this, I like this project and I like the goal of turning the board into a catalyst for future activities, like, you know, to bring people and understand and study that, you know, and it makes sense within this summer school where we actually realized how impactful it is having just 7 or 10 days to look at something, understand it, contextualize it, and kind of reimagine something for its future. So it could be nice as a purpose to use it as an opportunity to create longer experiences so that those who are supposed to be the external students will have the chance to actually absorb something from the context. But this is not my comment. My actual comment and question was a bit more specific and was about the space, the urban spaces, the spatial component. Because I've seen I like the fact that you thought about using the open spaces to create opportunities for people to meet and craft things together and create this kind of urban furniture. But the flip side of this coin is that the layout is very narrow. The street layout is very narrow, and the openings, the open spaces are quite small. So I wonder if you have considered the impact of these on the accessibility of streets. If you create, even if they are small and light structures, they would create potential obstacles for, in the case, of course, we are always in the context of earthquakes. So my first perspective is what happens if we have to evacuate an area and then along the street we have this temporary, very small, but still additional element that creates an extreme narrowing effect on the street. So if you have made kind of thought about it, or maybe you could kind of reconsider or relocate some of the sculpture, of the elements that you thought, in a way that they may be functional to the social purpose without undermining the urban safety. That is my question.
If Julia wants to respond to that, or some of the students.
Yeah, the sketches of Julia were put in an area that has the space to do this type of intervention. So, for example, squares or some buildings that have a flat roof, so you can go upside with the external structure. So, or for example, the frames are looking at the landscape outside. So the concept is to use space that have bigger, with bigger area, with big surface, so we avoid to create problems for accessibility and the circulation of people.
Thank you. Yeah, that's the key
Conversation,
point.
there was a suggestion about, yeah, there was a suggestion about creating places to sit or creating shade. And I pointed out that the image behind me there, we have lots of shade and lots of places to sit. So you don't really need within the Borgo to create this placemaking architecture. It's on the edge, it's in the open spaces, in the landscape that there's opportunities. Carl.
Yeah, so congratulations. I think it's a really, it really came together. There's the sequence, made a lot of sense and it really encouraging. And I guess, as a sometimes resident of San Benedetto in Perilis, what you're doing, I hope can be something that's either a model or could combine with others to do similar things in some of the other villages. But one thing is really a kind of comment question, is one of the things that I think is one of kind of general interest now, but I think one of the things that makes these places fascinating is the wildlife that does live in the village itself. I'm thinking a bit of where in San Benedetto we have swallows, and there are pipistrelli as well. And I wondered if there's a direction to head for 2031 is getting ecologists involved and looking at ways to either look at the way that some of these structures are being used by the wildlife to ensure that that is continuing, or in some of the, say, temporary or longer term structures, to ensure that they remain a part of the life and we live together with them.
Excellent point. Yeah, biodiversity, how can we use these projects to support, encourage biodiversity? I mean, I think both, being there on site, I remember seeing these vacant lots filled with lavender and covered with bees, and that was very encouraging. And I remember seeing the swallows that take the town as their nesting ground and their playground. Actually, the study center right now is filled with swallows' nests. And in Italy, it's a crime to disturb swallows' nests. So that's something we really have to take into account, how they get relocated when construction begins. So anybody, students have any comment on that? Maria Luisa, you know a lot about the biodiversity, the cicale. Every time we've connected to her team, there's been this noise of crickets in the background, so we can never hear them.
Yeah.
Or her dog barking.
Well, yeah, I mean, I suppose one thing that strikes me is that, say, in San Benedetto, there's an area that had been disused, I think probably since just after the war. And it's become really as a ruin part of the village. And is there some sense in maintaining some of those buildings as ruins, which are part of the fabric of it that you retain, but partly as a habitat?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting, opportunity. It will probably happen that some will stay ruins over the next few years. It's true that the reconstruction plan is going into effect this coming year, 2022. We're going to start seeing people, thanks to national money, restore what are now empty, ruined buildings. So I think it's going to change pretty quickly, but hopefully there'll be some ruins left for the swallows and the bees. All right, we have other comments? Marco or Juicy, or I think we've heard from.
I just would like to say one thing. It's very, very brief, but I want to underline the role of this kind of bottom-up workshops involving people in doing and rebuilding or transforming their their city, their public spaces and so on. Because in Emilia we made this experience in two small villages on the Apennine Ridge. This Casina and Vetto, and what we realized is that a well-organized workshop and a well-organized bottom-up strategy is really powerful to recreate, reorganize, and restore and transform the. We've been working on public spaces basically, but not just this. I mean, the energy and the potential of the involving civilizations and citizens in these processes are much more, let's say, powerful than what we can imagine. I mean, we all agree bottom-up strategies are on the ridge now are very important because no money from the public and so on. But what I would like to say is that these strategies are more powerful than we can imagine, because people want to be involved, want to transform, even with their hands, or their imagination of, from kids to elderly people. So I think these kind of strategies to be looked at with more attention than before. Let's say just this.
Thank you, Marco. That just spurred me to want to share a 30-second video to conclude this. I see Carl's hands up, so we'll get to Carl too, but let me just show you what what the team put together here during our, let me just do this again with the optimize for video so you can see this time lapse of last week, the unveiling of the linoleum map. Open in the town, remember the arts. Elderly people from the local community. And the children sat down and began around the map. I'm not sure how this was going to turn out, but it was a participatory event, which I think was, extremely successful. Carl, last comments?
No, I just left my hand up, so sorry. No.
Okay.
But I'll take the opportunity to
You're
say
on the spot, exactly. You have to.
Well done. I think what you're doing is really fantastic.
Okay, so let's move on to the final team, which is the team of Darko Reba. Darko, are you with us here?
I don't think that Professor Darko is here, but I think that Thomas are going to present us.
Mm-hmm. The Aldo Rossi team. Somebody from the Aldo Rossi team. Okay,
if there are some problems with connections, probably with Thomas and Darko, probably I can present our team. Hello everyone, we are Aldo Rossi team. I'm pleased to introduce you our students, Doga Erdogmus, Ezgi Tekin, Gökçe Senol from Turkey, and Noor Rustum from Syria. They are the most important part of our team. And our tutors are Darko Reba, Olivera Markovic from Serbia, Tomas Bradeski from Poland, and me, Anna Linik from Russia. We are doing urban and architectural design. We are developing our strategy, one of the possible way how to bring back life into this town. So I'm giving words to our students. They will present our ideas and they work. Thank you. Please, who will start?
Okay, it's me. Good evening, everyone. First and foremost, thank you, Anna. My name is Noor Rustum, and I'm going to start the presentation with you. Hope you'll enjoy. So we are the Urban and Architectural Design Group. So let's keep up with our work. Starting with a simple landscape analysis for the area to show the relation between Castelvecchio Calvisio and other towns like Calascio and Carapelli Calvisio. And also like showing you the accessibility that's represented by the red roads. And you can also notice some of the landscape features like mountains, woods, and farmlands, while the white lines actually represent the contour lines to show the topography of the area. And now we're going to move on to the next slide. So we thought about there's no better than the SWOT analysis chart, which is very useful for a better analysis and understanding of the whole area. So the strengths are, this town is an ancient place that represents a full history, which is the base to build our future on, as we can't build a totally new one without reflecting on the past of this town. And also the landscape itself, and what I mean by that is the landscape's topography and the surrounding nature. While the weaknesses are many issues related to accessibility, especially for disabled people, and from and in between the town, low density and elderly people, no job opportunities, and also minor actions had been taken to protect, rehabilitate, and reconstruct the damaged buildings. Also, lack of public activities and its areas. And one more thing, it's the lack of natural lighting due to the stacking of the buildings, as it is stacked, or like it's a stacked town. And also moving on to the opportunities, the ability to change some functions of the buildings, and which we did. Promote and support traditional products by creating open markets, and also creating job vacancies, and exploiting empty spaces to create public interaction, places such as restaurants, playgrounds, and many other ones. And also new activities that are suitable for youth to attract them to the town, because reviving the town will be by counting on the new generation, not only on the elderly ones who are already existed, and they are few ones. And also we have to take the advantage of the surrounding nature and involve it within the site. About the threats, future earthquakes, and also the risk of a total abandonment of the area, and the risk of collapse, the damaged buildings if it's not properly restored. Now we're going to move on to the next one. Okay, so then we moved to think about our strategies and approach, and had so many points before, like making our program, and some of them are, as an introduction, Castelvecchio Calvisio has an impressive history and landscape, as this town has a historical value with different buildings and can be better introduced to the public. As for the benefit from environment, Castelvecchio's nature can be beneficial for wellness, so the region can be a good insulation point and has because it has so many viewpoints. For the inadequate transportation and routes for the Castelvecchio, new connectivity roads can be created with L'Aquila, which is the province city that Castelvecchio and other towns belong to. And also the landscape is suitable for hikes, bike riding, and create some challenging routes for people who are interested in adventure. For the lack of open spaces, after the L'Aquila earthquake in 2009, there are many ruins left in the town. These ruins can create some openings and gathering spaces, and open spaces can be approached more efficiently and used for different functions. For the lack of sustainable economy, the region has great potential of agriculture. There are many cultivated local crops that are specific, or that Abruzzo is famous for, so it can be sustained by the soil too. Okay, next please. So to summarize our strategy briefly, redevelop the town, the socio-economic recovery of the territory, and the facilitation of the return of the people in the houses damaged by the earthquake, and attracting the new generation will all be based on the eco-healthy approach. So you're probably asking why this approach, because we thought about the previous identity of the area as local used to work in agriculture and in animal breeding. They used to plant grapes and like lentils and carrots and other things. They also used to animal breeding, as in the 19th century, there's a fact that the number of animals that existed at that time was 3 times the population. As far as I know, it was 1,500 goats for 500 people there by that time. Next, please. So definitely functions like agriculture and animal breeding have helped support our healthy system approach. But bringing people back and revitalizing the town alone is not enough for many reasons. First and foremost, we did not create vacancies for the new generation. In addition, we have to solve the transportation related issues. So how are we managing to do so? We have to integrate the old and the new generation by creating jobs that are suitable for both, in order to make this place like a livable one for both generations. And now I will leave you with Gotche for further explanation of the program and other slides.
Thank you, Nur. So we started our proposals with brainstorming and defined some keywords for our approach to the town. After this stage, we defined our proposals for the projects clearly. First one was to define a new identity to the town and introducing the town to people better. We defined the new identity as health and well-being. A health and well-being center could create a dynamic and balanced attraction from the tourists and can create good opportunities to local people. So region can be used as a meditation and installation center. Public transportation is supported and bus stations are proposed to an easier accessibility without the need of private cars. Hike and bicycle roads are proposed in this landscape, and these roads may create connections between near towns as well. And agriculture can be supported to reach sustainability, and gardens are proposed for specific local products of this region. These fields will create an economic loop for the town with markets and restaurants. Seasonal festivals can be arranged based on these products to promote them. And new purposes are bringing to ruins, and open spaces are used more efficiently for different functions. Here, this map is to show the approach to the town, actually. We propose bus routes and stops to a better accessibility to Castelvecchio. And public transportation is supported to create a more environmental option than actually private cars. Also by that, creating less park problem and less density on roads are aimed. And electrical vehicles are also suggested. Various bicycle routes with different difficulty levels are created for supporting the well-being concept. These roads are creating connections between centers like L'Aquila and between the near towns like Calagio, Carapelle Carvisio, Castelnuovo, and etc. So for sustainable economy and production, as I mentioned, we thought that agriculture can be a solution. And Abruzzo region has specific grapes for its famous wine, and the town farms olives for centuries. But while there is a significant amount of olive and grape farming, actually there are less olive oil and wine production than the potential of the area for us. By this manner, we decided that we can propose small factories and production areas for wine and olive oil specifically. We also suggested a production area for traditional handmade pasta of Abruzzo. And we offered new fields on the center for regional crops, such as red pear, tomatoes, purple carrots, figs and plums, for example, to directly transfer to farmers market, restaurants, and maybe workshops. Okay, here's our program that we come up with before moving to land use. And we divided spaces as outdoor and indoor. Outdoor spaces that we suggested are open meditation areas, routes for bicycle and trekking, gardens, fields, and rooftops for meditation, vertical gardens, farmers market, and open workshop areas with squares. Indoor spaces, we divided also indoor spaces as silent and loud areas because we suggested meditation purpose, and this space will require a special silence. So the silent space will be well-being center, and the other spaces are small factories, wine tasting space, restaurants, cafes, workshop studios. We also suggest a medical center, an educational space, shops, museum for which is related to the historical background of Castelvecchio, and hostels with residents actually. Okay, now Ezgi will continue with our analysis for land use.
Thank you, Gökçe. Hello, everyone. I will be presenting you on our land use analysis. Before starting to present you the land use, I would like to show you the existing conditions of this area, so you can see the ruined areas in town. As group, we thought that we can turn those ruined areas into open spaces and reconstruct them. In this page, you can see the open spaces that we defined. We thought that we can give different functions and lots of greenery to those open spaces.
Okay, so in this collage and sketch, we see some proposal for the ruins around the cafe and restaurants. We use this open spaces as a outdoor eating and seating areas. And also add some vertical gardens also in this sketch and the previous one. We can go to the, yes. And we offer some outdoor activity areas, and we, at some point, we connect two roofs with it to create a platform to it. For example, some wooden platforms are located on it, or some glass bridges to add some contemporary materials.
We thought that the biggest two ruins could be our main two squares.
Here's our public space sketch with the illustration of the wine festival. But also there are different functions are suggested for the squares, such as seasonal festivals, as we can see in the sketch, or open marketplaces, open air workshops, pasta making, fruit drying, grape stopping, etc.
And in between those two squares, we have a main street.
And here in the sketch, we show the main access with the shops and cafes around it. Since the streets are very narrow, the door panels or the vertical wall mounted panels can be used to hang the products of the shops to create more vivid and lively streets.
We also marked secondary streets on the plan. And in the entrance, we placed temporary pavilion to define the entrance. And now my friends will talk about the pavilion.
Okay, so the pavilion is designed for the entrance of the town, and it's aimed to represent the new identity of the Castelvecchio Calvisio, and we wanted to design a more minimal, modest pavilion in order to be more compatible with its historical surrounding environment. And we thought that local wood can be preferred, and grapevines can be used as a greenery on the pavilion to represent its new identity. In the form formation process, you can see it on the left side of the screen. First, we started with a basic form, then changed its geometry according to the L shape of the square and making it more diagonal form. Then we cut the form into two parts according to the main axis. Main circular axis onto the plan. Then we added our functional modules into it and finalized the form with that. And the first and fifth module is for seating, and the second is a small juice bar for the people to drink or taste some local foods and drinks. The third module on the main axis functions as a gate to the town center, and the fourth module functions as an info desk in order to inform tourists in the town center about the activities on the new program. Also, we add bicycle parking around it so that people can come to town with their bicycle and park it in here and walk into the streets of the this town center, yes. And next slide, please. And in the slides, we can see the 3D renders of it. It's with its specific location. You can see the main axis that I'm talking about, which is the gray road in the middle, and the modules around it. Also other views.
Okay, so there's a museum in the entrance. The museum is about the history of the place. Even if it's a health center, this place is a historical place, and we wanted to show its history in this museum. It is also a place between the entrance church and one of the main squares. We placed cafes on the main road next to the ruined open spaces. Since the main road is quite narrow, we wanted them to use those open spaces to put their tables. Different than any other touristic old towns, we didn't create gift shops. We designed them as health-related shops like pharmacy, medical, herbal shops, local product shops, etc. We planned shops on the main road because it will be the focal point of the town. We have one ruined building on the main road that we reconstructed, and now my friends will explain it more detailedly.
Thank you, Ezgi. So moving on to the function diagram for reconstructed building, we dealt with the ruined areas in many ways. And one of them, as Ezgi said, we've chosen and suggested reconstructing the collapsed building and turning it into a landmark building for public usage that represent the history behind some of the traditional products of the area. So as you can see from the section that illustrate the usage of each floor, as the building has a ground floor, which is used as a medical herbs shop, and the 3 upper ones used for olive and oil, wine, pasta, respectively. So visitors will enjoy the experience of learning the story behind each of these products while visiting each floor. They can also taste some while listening about the process of making these products. They can also buy some and enjoy. They can also buy some while visiting these floors, and then they can move up to the rooftop to enjoy a nice drink or meal, or simply just enjoy the nice view over the town. As you can see, the rooftop is partially covered so that it can be used in different seasons, even if it's snowing.
Okay, so as we all know, agriculture is very common in the area, and locals has lots of lands to do agriculture, but we wanted to create an agriculture estimate for tourists. We wanted them to feel like locals, and they can come here and collect goods, and then they can use them to prepare their own food in workshops. In this agriculture estimate, we decided to several plants, but the main 2 is, of course, grape and olive.
And here is the basic collage of these areas.
There is a farmers market for locals to sell their products. This factory is working for processing local crops like grape, olive oil, etc. And here tourists can taste the famous Abruzzo wine. And here tourists can watch the process of making pasta in a traditional way, can taste the pasta and eat pasta at the restaurant. There are 2 restaurants in this area. One of them is on the main square and the other one is on the main street. The vegetables and fruits all come from the farmers market and they are fresh. They prepare healthy food there. Workshop spaces are close to the agriculture estimates because in those workshops, tourists can collect goods and prepare their own food. School is kind of a course for students that want to be chefs, masseur, therapists, etc. With that, locals can be included to the health center and they can work as chef, masseur, or therapist assistants. This area is prepared into two main functions, hostel for tourists and residential for the local people. While designing it, we inspired by albergo diffuso methodology. Albergo diffuso is a multi-building hotel. Is actually the result of the recovery or renovation of pre-existing properties. With that, tourists can feel like a temporary resident in here. So we mix our residential buildings to hostel buildings. Different than that, we use ground floor of the buildings that are faced the main road as cafe and shops. Since the functions this function required silence, we put those functions together and create the silent zone. In this well-being area, there's a meditation and therapy places with massage and pool in it. Also, there's a courtyard that is used for meditation. Also, we use rooftops for meditation or yoga classes.
So this function diagram actually represents a building on the well-being zone. This third floor building has reception and waiting area on ground floor, as you can see. Therapy and meditation rooms on the first floor, and second floor and the rooftop are left for yoga and meditation purposes, as we can see here. A green roof and an open meditation area are suggested as an extent of those yoga studios. And on the rooftop, people can meditate with a nice greenery view. Because of the density of buildings, in that town, we use skylights for benefiting from more of the natural lighting. Here we can see them.
Just next to the well-being center, we place medical center. This area is also available for ambulance if there's an emergency. And finally, we place bike stations in every square entrance. And this is our final land use that we created. And this is the form. This is a perspective view of the land use analysis, let's say. And thank you for listening.
Yes. Oh, sorry, I will share it again. Or should I close it maybe?
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Do it like this.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. And the floor is open to critics for comments.
Okay.
Can I say something?
Yes, go ahead. I see.
Okay. Okay. First of all, also your team, that was the Aldo Rossi team, did a great job, like all other team. But I have an observation because first of all, but I have told you also in the midterm presentation, I really appreciate the fact that you want to link the health issues with the restoration of Castelvecchio, Calvisio, and we can say the reuse, the rebirth of this village. But my perplexity is about the fact that you want to put, if I have understood well, a sort of spa center, well-being zone in Castelvecchio Calvisio, because recently I've been involved in a research that is about Fiuggi. There is a quite well-known spa town in Italy, but Fiuggi is one of the best example of the crisis of the Italian spa town. There are a lot of problems also in these particular cases, and for different reasons, but I think that when you want, and because you want to make this process of restoration, make people live in Castelvecchio, make people go to Castelvecchio, I think that maybe this could not be the best choice.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your comment, but we're not just focusing on this one, as we're going to, it's one of the points that we're doing to help people get back to their area, I mean the locals, and and also to like provide extra like job vacancies for the youth who used to work in other things rather than just agriculture and breeding animals and so on. So that's it's like a way to integrate between the two generations by creating more job vacancies in many things, not just in agriculture and so on. So that's why we thought about like adding something related to health, like a meditation center, because it was like our approach that we worked on.
Okay, thank you. Per, do you want to say something?
Yeah, I think this is also an interesting project. I like this effort to seek alternative ways of revitalizing this location, looking for alternative things to do. I think that could be developed interestingly, not looking only for alternatives in tourism and heritage, but also elsewhere. That is a very positive thing, I think. Then, of course, there are lots of problems with as always, with questions of property and safety and so on, which must be looked closer at. But that is something that runs for all these projects in different extents. I wonder, I have just, of course, some reflection from my capacity as an archaeologist. I think these areas which are considered to be ruins, on one hand, as we discussed previously, some of them or parts of some of them should perhaps be allowed to be ruins and to be an attraction as such. That is something I would like to insist on. That is not against what you're suggesting, but we could integrate that into use of these spaces. And of course, again, they should be excavated. And when they are excavated, probably there will be a lot of new interesting information and also potential for expanding the museum in a way. The new materials and new evidence, that is a potential which is interesting. In general, I have also been thinking about solutions as to energy and so on, temperature control in the houses and so on during different seasons. So I think that, for example, solar panels would be interesting to ponder at, and that require a lot of thinking. If you should have solar panels here, where should they be installed and in what way? That is a sort of challenge, I think, that would be interesting. That was just a parenthesis. But finally, I would like to thank all the groups, all the students and the tutors for the work they've done. And taken together, I think there are so many provocative and interesting ideas that has been suggested today. I think that if we take the best from each project, we have already a lot of interesting things to do in Castelvecchio Calvisio. So I think that this summer school has not been only productive in the sense that the students have learned a lot. I think we have also constructed a lot of interesting knowledge and a lot of good ideas as emerged from this summer school. So that, I think, is a fantastic thing that has happened here. Yeah, of course, I mentioned that already at the first jury, that I found this project also interesting in the sense that it included a wider landscape, which I think is important. And working more on that, and working more on this question on how to find alternative ways of using this place and how to be able to live here. In terms of factories, as you have mentioned a little bit, I think a lot could be done in different spheres and different areas. So I think we should try to not think only about the spectacle world, but I think still we live to a large extent in an industrial world, and I think there are lots of things that could be done here without much difficulty, actually. It's a question of being innovative, actually, I think. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you for your comments. And we also, neither of our team is in the site, so we're all working remotely. So we're trying to do as best as possible with all the informations that we can get online.
And you have been very successful with that.
Carl?
Yes, thank you. Well, thank you to the team. I think, yeah, as with some of the others, you've developed your ideas, I think, really well. And I think one of the things that to me stands out as a really strong positive is that you are making good use of your analysis, and that the analysis is you kind of are able to inform what you're doing with it. And so say that the way you've distributed the uses makes sense within the structure of the town, and so they start to come together, and I think take the opportunities that that structure provides. I suppose following up what Per was saying, the way you've approached it is kind of generating lots of ideas, and I think a lot of them are have quite a lot of potential. In some ways, the next step is to start thinking about how those might be realized, and the consequences of how those might be realized. So when you first presented it, the thought came to my head was, well, it begins to look a bit like the Albergo Diffuso in Santo Stefano, where an entity is taking over large parts of it. So there's the issue of, is it a larger company, whatever, that has to do that and make the kind of investment that would be necessary to do that, as opposed to some of the bottom-up initiatives. And so there's, what I think is really good in the way that you've done it is it's providing an alternative. And so I think it's just important that as we go along, you say, well, what are the consequences? How do you actually achieve that? But I think another one is, in terms of some of the things that you're proposing, the question you have to start to ask is, does it work at scale? Is it sufficient scale to actually make it economically viable? So things like wine, olives, you need quite a lot of land to make those make sense, unless it's just very small local production, which works. But I think it's also thinking about it in terms of its location. To make some of those things that you're proposing work, you would need what you've set out at the beginning is ways to get there. And that, if you, so another example in the area is Rocco Calascio, where you do have small traders working in the village, often in, pretty close to ruined buildings. But there's a significant attraction there that people go to provide some of that footfall. So it's thinking about how do you actually make some of these things make financial sense, and so that it is the kind of necessary next step. But as I say, I think you've done very good at the shop, Castelvecchio. So yeah, there are people produce their own olive oil, and it's so it can be done on a relatively small scale, but there's still that, you know, the scale to consider. So no, I think you've done some you know, fantastic work in terms of generating those ideas within that context, and they make sense within that. Is just then to kind of push it and see how it would work. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your notes. And regarding the scale of the agricultural areas or the farmland that you were asking about, you were saying that it's kind of small. Actually, in the outskirts of the area, we have many like agricultural farmlands which is empty. So we can also use it in our process of making this approach happen.
Yes, we discussed about that, but maybe showing this on a diagram would be better. This is our kind of we only show the center of the town in this diagram, actually. Yes.
Yeah. No. So as I say, it's not a, you know, a kind of a barrier. It's just a consideration to say, well, that, you know, as I say, it's kind of the next step. Generate the ideas and then follow them through. That's, you know, so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Manya,
thank you very much.
Go ahead, Manya.
Yep. Hi. First of all, thanks for the project, and I really appreciate your effort in working remotely and capturing all these aspects without being on site. So regardless of the fact that you were not able to be physically there and run the survey and walk through those streets, you managed to provide us with a project rich in inputs. I like the analysis, and I like the way you tried to revive the Borgo with focusing on the historical core. There are a few notes that I have, a few comments that are for me important, because an important thing that we should consider when redefining a land use in historical urban areas that were born with generally different purposes, with different users, and with different population, even in terms of numbers. It is important to assess the impact of these land use changes on the, not just on the functioning, but also on the amount of people who are going to or are expected to fill those spaces and those buildings at full capacity. Because the moment you feel, I'm not sure, I feel that there are not many residential not many residential buildings in your proposal. So everything is about recreational. So, and creating this kind of high density of attractors may end up with high concentrations of people in spaces that are quite narrow and small. I mean, I'm talking about the open spaces. So let's not forget that we are rebuilding after an earthquake. And then again, I'm sorry to bring it up again, but the point is that we need to be prepared and to design with this kind of information in mind. So this place has to be performant, not just in the everyday, but also in those few and hopefully well-managed emergencies, which means being mindful of how many people we allocate per new building or for land use, different land use. So if we have restaurants and cafes and spa and bed and breakfast, all clustered in such a small town that actually you haven't been there, but the streets are quite narrow. And I can assure you that evacuating that area would be problematic. So you don't want to face the problem afterwards. It's good to have that in mind when distributing the functions, and maybe just, you know, expanding a bit, just beyond the physical old area, core area, and making good use of what is in the outside. So that is not highly dense in occupants. That's the first reflections for me. And the second, which is connected to the change of land use, is also understanding who is going to be using, not just in terms of the end user, like what tourists are we going to attract, but also who are going to be the stakeholders again, because it's very easy and very risky to kind of bump into the sort of gentrification process that over time replaces completely what the original social profile was, to be kind of replaced by just the business, you know, and that's something that we don't really want. I mean, we want the heritage not to be just an attractor, but also something that keeps the city alive, and its occupants and its citizens there. And the last point that was, I just wanted to pick up on Per comment about the gaps. And I really like the idea of keeping them as a memory, because we don't have to fill every gap that has been generated just because we want to erase the memory of what happens. It's a good way to incorporate the history, which is also the earthquake and seismic history, and the way that the city responded to that in the future design, in the future reconceptualization of these spaces. It's the way we build the future narratives. So I think it's a very nice suggestion from on his side. And I wondered if you were planning also to incorporate this information in your in the design when you were reusing the gaps to serve the cafes. But overall, apart from these comments, I really like this kind of holistic approach, incorporating agriculture, potential use, and existing values at the urban scale. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to talk about the point that you mentioned about the locals, the resident people who are in the center of this area. Actually, we didn't ignore them. Actually, in the area where we suggested like hostels and residents, we suggested to use only the ground floor, like for shops and so on, that are located exactly on the main road, while the other ones will be used for like the resident people, while we use the upper floors like as a hostels. So we didn't actually ignore the fact that there are like residents in this area. And as far as I know, there are almost like 37 people in the center, while like about 100 at the outskirts of the area. So actually we did took that into account.
Yes, thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, you no, I didn't thought you were going to add something. Okay, you.
Oh no, thank you.
I don't know who's speaking.
No one is speaking, I don't think. Do we have any last comments?
I just posted a comment there, which is more of a general comment, not specifically related to this project. I mean, if we are, willing to repopulate this town or any other town, we need to think about residents, and so residents can be old, restored, fixed, rebuilt, reconstructed, refurbished, whatever, but residents, because without residents, there cannot be any repopulation. So that was my general comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. And all what we did, like from the land use functions and so on, were actually to raise the economy of the area so that the locals can be use it.
Well, if I can add a few things, following what Alessandro said and Carl said as well. The first level of any kind of regeneration project is based, and it's not me saying this, but it's the European Union and all the regional laws that grants all these kind of projects, is first of all on economic and social level. So what Alessandro says is that we need residentials and we need houses, any kind of houses, even vacancy houses, as a base on which put any kind of regeneration project. But the problem is what Carl used to say: if you believe and you design a basically specialistic or monofunction settlement, then first of all you need a strong, company, a strong, financial involvement in order to reorganize the entire settlement. And it can be just if we are in a very polar position within the territory. We have to be very well connected, very easy. We can easily go there. We can easily go there for the weekend, for one day, or for summer holidays. First of all, and it doesn't look like very connected. We know it. On the opposite, we can think to something more plural, in which we have different, not just one big company owning the old settlement, but a group of companies, but even group of citizens with vacancy houses, so with tourism activities and so on. But if we had a sort of a, let's say, wellness tradition in the area, if it would be an area was strongly new from the kind of water, the kind of, I mean, if we had a tradition in wellness, strong tradition in wellness in the area, then it could be a good solution to think to a therapy and meditation, you know, settlement for renew the economy of the place. Otherwise, it's a risk to be something very light, very sort of facade, but not a facade approach, but not deep approach. Just coming back to what Giusy Ciotoli said at the beginning about Fuji, the problem of Fuji, the problem of Chianciano Terme, of all the important therapy centers in Italy, is a management problem, not because the SPA is not going, spas are not working. It's just because they remain at least to 50 or 7 years ago. So that's a different point. All the wellness and all the world around wellness activity is very powerful from an economic point of view, but it has to be very well thought and very well settled on the territory. Otherwise, it risks not working. That's it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I think we can stop screen sharing.
Oh, yes,
So
sorry.
see everybody back in the room and see if there's another. Carl, did you have your hand up or is it up from before? It's up from before.
Sorry, no, left it on again.
Okay, it's no problem. No problem. You've always got good things to add, but I think we've gone well into our lunch break. I see Dan has started on a spritz there. Everyone else is snacking. So, Alessandro, do you agree we can wrap up the session?
Yes, indeed.
Saying hi to the group at the bar there in Castellvecchio.
Hold on a second. So we still have the certificate ceremony to go, which was scheduled on the program at 3 o'clock Rome time. So if you all agree, we can open a long lunch break, which would start now and last 90 minutes, 1 hour and a half. Those of you who would like, you can stay here. There's some okay, those of you who would like to stay, we're going to keep the Zoom meeting open for all that time, dividing it in 4 breakout rooms. And the 4 breakout rooms are dedicated to undergraduate students, master students, PhD candidates, and academic and professional staff. Where each one of you can join any one room at your choice. In that time, 90 minutes, it's a little bit 1 hour and 15, because we are going to end those breakout rooms at 15 minutes before 3. In that time, you can, join any one of those rooms. You can also come back to this main meeting and join another room of your choice. And so I'm going to stop the live streaming, of course,